Wait. What it do, world? Shalom, brothers. Wagwan, brethren. C-Street. I just want to fly. I just want to fly. I'm so fly. I can touch the sky. Ooh, we in 2025. We finna get fly. Yeah. Yeah. What is going on, beloveds? What is going on, beloveds? Shalom, beloveds. It is some interesting stuff. Today is January 2nd. I wasn't here yesterday. Like, I was about to come right on, and then, like, boom, right out of the gate, I got tested. And, people wanted to get on my phone, get in my energy. And I'm just like, you know what? I got to kick all this out. Let me breathe. I'm all right, though. None of we're not finna go into none of this with no nonsense. We're finna be just dismissed. You walk out, you walk away. That's tough love on you, baby. The party's finna get the party started. So anybody acting out, zero tolerance. We just got zero tolerance for it now at this point. But shout out to everybody. Put that up there. Make sure we live on everything. Instagram. Putting up TikTok right now. We on Kick, Twitch, X, Facebook Live, YouTube as well. Go down all of the links. You can follow me on X there, on YouTube. Get the beloved brother Levi handbook. It's definitely essential in your library. Stop on over to Mayim Waters, Brother Nathaniel, and Sister Denise Smith's products. And then we got the Sister Lisa Cabrera with the beard oil. I got to shine on the camera with the beard oil. I look glistening every time I get on here. Like I was just sent, baby. I was just heaven sent, baby. Just looking all shiny and everything glistening. No, it makes me feel good, smell good, So that's why I get up on here. But shout out to the brothers and sisters that are out there. We all got to keep, showing love, supporting, and letting the others, being able to see what we got going on. So follow me on Facebook, on Twitch, we on Instagram, we on TikTok. About to pull that up. Music, you ever want to hear it? It's out on Pandora. It's on iTunes. It's on Tidal. It's on Spotify. You look up Prime Black, PRIME BLAQ. So yeah, we just prancing and dancing and romancing over everything going on right now. So bring it back to the beginning. But got a lot of stuff to show. I'm trying to bring it all up. But hope everybody had a good time, good rest and relaxation, and no worries. I was chilling. Matter of fact, I felt like my man Chihuahua. I feel like my man Chihuahua. I gotta put him up. That's how I walked into 2025. That's how I walked into 2025. to 2025. Fucking 25. Yeah, that's how I feel, Just keep a smile on my face. Yeah. I'm just playing around. Y'all. Yeah. We are up in rise and grind. Hope everybody's good out there. You know what I'm saying? That's how I'm trotting. I'm trotting into this new little time and space because Venus is in a mess. Venus, and that's my planet. You know what I'm saying? No guy, Venetian. So every single month, every single day of this year, it's gonna be awesome. And I need to operate as such. Like first off, foremost, it was just like yesterday was just like straight having to block out a bunch of distractions. Like, wait, we didn't go over that this year. People trying to bring the hate, animosity, gossip. I don't want to hear none of that. Whether you family, friends, or strangers. Nope. We're gonna do this right. We're gonna keep on staying positive and productive. I don't want to be hearing about yesterday's. I want to hear about what we got going on now. What moves we gonna make? What we gonna make happen? Because everybody keep talking about it, but how many people I know that ain't been about it? Ran their damn mouth, talked up a good game, get you all hyped up and amped up and involved in whatever hot ass mess they got going on. They be like, I could have easily put all that energy in mine. But yeah, this is the year of the no. Do you. Make sure you do you. But yeah, it was so much stuff going on. I haven't even started. I'm still uploading, like I still got a couple more over here, but that's why I had to show my little chihuahua. I'm gonna keep that chihuahua. Keep that chihuahua. That chihuahua's gonna be my mascot. Keep me in a good mood. Oh man. What is today? Today is the 2nd, and this one is just already starting up. It's already starting up. I know it's a lot of crazy news going on out there. Had the guy that looked like us out in New Orleans, making he did a whole Uno card in front of the police. So, yeah. You got a bunch of people that are no more out there. And I was like paying attention to it. I was ready to like talk about it yesterday. And it was just like, I just got straight attacked. It was so unnecessary. So unnecessary. But I'm here now being able to bring this to y'all. And we're not going to tolerate that. We're going to be keeping it moving and really bring out what we need to talk about, because these are things that we need to be paying attention to. Shout out to everybody on TikTok. It's going to be popping up soon. So, but yeah, much love. Shalom. Much love and respect. I'm always bringing some interesting things that are very important. That are I see things. I see it. I'm saying it. And I got to get more and more and more of evidence to just be like enough confidence, concrete, boom. This is exactly what it is. But anyways, let me get y'all started. Matter of fact, before we even get to there, I want to actually bring this up because that's what I did forget. Because we're going to look around the world. We're going to see what's going on around the world. Is these on? This is on. Yep. So that's where these need to be at. Let that roll. But yeah, I hope everybody's good. It's good to be back. It's good to be back and just the assembly. But yeah, I could bring this up at least. There was the craziness, the madness that was going on. That was right there. So, I know we got to bring that up. It's just.
News special report.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Morgan Norwood. We are interrupting our regular programming to bring you breaking news out of New Orleans on this New Year's Day, where police say at least 10 people are dead after a pickup truck, plowed into a crowd on Bourbon Street. It happened just after 3:15 this morning, just after so many people had gathered there on Bourbon Street to celebrate the new year. ABC's Aaron Katersky on the phone with the latest. Aaron, good morning to you. What are we learning at this hour?
Morgan, according to New Orleans police, a small white pickup truck drove around barriers meant to prevent a vehicle ramming attack, sped up and plowed into a crowd of tourists and local residents still celebrating the new year on Bourbon Street, with a goal, the police said, of killing as many people as possible. The police superintendent said that the driver of the vehicle was hell-bent on causing carnage. 10 people are dead. 36 people were injured and taken to area hospitals. As soon as the driver came to a stop and exited the vehicle, police said he immediately began firing at responding officers. They returned fire and shot and killed the suspect there at the scene. Once the authorities began investigating the vehicle, they appear to have found what the FBI described as improvised devices. Those are now being investigated for viability. It's a complex investigation involving a vehicle ramming, gunfire, and an improvised explosive device potentially, and the authorities were quick to call this an act of terrorism.
First of all, we do know that the city of New Orleans was impacted by a terrorist attack.
Patrick said we'll be taking over the investigative lead for this event. This is not a terrorist event.
Well, it's about words, y'all. It's about words. So the way that things get spun and get spinned into a certain narrative, when you have the power of that media, you're able to control that media. And when you don't have anybody who's able to give a devil's advocate, giving an objective rebuttal to what you see and what's caused. For the people that's on TikTok, you can't hear me or see any of the videos that are being showcased. You have to go to the other platforms like YouTube and look up Prime Black. You'll be able to see it there. I'm live on all of the platforms. And what's happening is that I just want to play that because then so many other things come into play as well. Now, this is the video cam footage of the guy turning into the actual area, the actual location, and going from there, the rest is history. But there's specific things that are popping up that I see that I wanted to point out. But I'll go ahead. This is New Orleans. This is about the New Orleans incident that had happened just not too long ago. Now he just now passed up a cop where it was the cop was kind of semi barricading the entranceway of that location, but nevertheless the guy just hopped over right in front of him and drove. He was in a truck, obviously, so he was able to get to where he needed to get to from that point. But yeah, so shout out to Worldstar be having this video footage, because this be the stuff that TV ain't gonna show you by no means. So hold on one second. I am looking to send this. Okay, where did it go? That was not what that was supposed to do. Hold on, yeah. So I am trying to grab a video that I was sent to me, and there we go, share via. Okay, it's shared on the other one, so that works out a little bit better as well. So don't worry. So shout out to the sister for bringing that up, but I didn't read it yet, but I'll read it when I can. So I just want to show you that because, all right, so we got the video footage of the incident, and then this is the footage that they try to have of the guy after the fact. But yeah, this is
property manager with Blue Metal Properties and team lead at the Midas Group at Core Realty. I just want to say hello and let you know a little bit about me. So I'm born and raised in Beaumont, Texas, and now live in Houston. And I've been here all my life, with the exception of traveling for the military, where I spent 10 years as a human resources specialist and IT specialist, where I learned the meaning of great service and what it means to be responsive and take everything seriously, dotting I's and crossing T's to make sure that things go off without a hitch. So I've taken those skills and applied them to my career as a real estate agent, where I feel like what really sets me apart from other agents is my ability to be able to, one, be a fierce negotiator. So not only do I brilliantly market your property to make sure it gets sold as quickly as possible or gets leased as quickly as possible, but I'm also going to take every ounce of energy and putting it into negotiating for you and for your property to get the best deal that you can possibly get for it. So once we get to the closing table, all the I's are going to be dotted, all the T's are going to be crossed, everything's going to go off without a hitch, and that is my word that I'm giving to you as your real estate agent. So if that's the type of agent you're looking for, reach out to me. You see my phone number on the page. If not, it's 832-774-9718. Give me a call. And even if you don't want to have me as your agent, call me with any questions you may have. So even if you're a first-time home buyer or you're an experienced real estate investor and you're just looking for somebody to help you with doing some analysis on some properties that you're looking at, either way, give me a call. I'm glad to help anytime, and I'm looking forward to talking.
Okay. Looking forward to talking. I bring this up because there's always something to something. And you always have to be mindful and always have to be paying attention. Because things do get very when you actually start paying attention. Now, many of these devices have been going buck wild, meaning like cars and trains and planes and oh my, you have people whose vehicles are just eject, you know what I'm saying? And the go-go gadgets of the world are not functioning as they should be. And so say even, and there's something I have as well, where you may get a vehicle that may have been inside of a natural disaster. Who's to say that any of those chips that's in that car or anything like that are still functioning in the possible way, that manner they are? Now, this is only, I'm just throwing it out there. It's not actual. It's not accurate. It's not, it's not factual. It's not speculative either. It's not false either. I'm just speaking. Can I speak? But when I see things, I see something different. Because this is not just one thing that I'm pointing out, because, these are trends. It's not just one location that this just happened. But the wording now that is coming out is going to be very much so terror and terrorist and all of these daunting words that we're so used to and we're so accustomed to. We put so much energy was invested, so much emotion was invested in the word terror, terrorist. And when you're trying to put something of a dark pigmentation that to somebody that looks like us on top of that, there's no telling what any of this, any of the information that's been brought up to be by any of these. That's why you have to do your own research, and I just be digging around, digging in the crates, I just be digging in the crates all over the place. I read articles, I listen to stuff. I try to get as much as an on-ground analysis as possible. But when I look at things like this, and this is not the only incident that had happened where some people got mowed down. Now, the guy that did this over in the West Coast, Oregon, Washington, I wasn't called that. But when you have indicators that just lead to something, like a Kyle is not going to sound like a terrorist in comparison to a Masad al-Sabid. If that is truly genuine, But there's so many things that are not being said. And so I just wanted to bring that up because you have many of these encounters that have happened where people have been driving all crazy all throughout the night, all throughout the day. Massive amounts of hit and runs. This holiday, all of the holidays last year, the amount of hit and runs from last year was skyrocketed, just astronomically crazy. The amount of people that got involved in hit and runs. And it's crazy that the movie Juror Number 2 came out. If you guys haven't seen that, it's a very interesting movie. It's a very interesting movie where you have a guy hit somebody. And they wind up on a jury for the boyfriend who was presumed to have been the one who did it. When it really was the guy who was in a jury. And lo and behold, he had a heart, or trying to solve his own crime and get his own damn self locked up. Pretty much moral of the compass. moral of the story. No, what I'm trying to do is find where a lot of these things to change the narratives of what's been going on. See, and that's why I want to put this up, because I don't want to put too much highlight on this, because there's so much other stuff that we're avoiding and we're not even talking about. There's so much stuff that we're not even talking about. But now this became the terrorist attack and all of these other things. Oh, we ain't even talking about the other stuff, huh? Oh, we're just gonna avoid all that, huh? Real quick, huh? I just want to see how long they're gonna milk this one little drop, because this ain't the only one that happened across the world. It's not the only one, you know. It ain't had nothing to do with just it seeming that way. Anyways, we're gonna keep it pushing. We're gonna keep it pushing, baby. We're gonna keep it pushing. We ain't even gonna worry about none of these folks. But they really are trying to change the narrative and put somebody who actually looks like us in front of it. Like, I just wanted to put that, because they really gonna start trying to add us a part of that and start fucking with us and come knocking on our doors and, oh, you're part of this, or you're insurrectionists and stuff like that. No, what about, and it's funny because they're releasing all these insurrectionists all of a sudden, pardoning deals. You know that freaking Biden his administration released the most clemencies out of any presidency. Crazy numbers, sister told me. Crazy number. It was like 8,000 or something, like 8,600. But it was wild. And they have to release these people. And then the people that they're releasing, I think I didn't even put the video up, but the amount of people that he's releasing, like, he started releasing people that really did commit crimes, like rape and all type of stuff, because their numbers are down. But they're going to focus on this guy. They're going to focus all on this. They're not going to be talking about any of the other stuff that's going on. That's why I have to bring it to you guys, because it's like, nope. I'm going to show you that just for a smidget. But hey, there's so much more that's going on. And I don't want us to ever forget that. I don't want us to ever slip off of what's going on around the world globally. They're going to come knocking at the door. They're going to come tripping and stuff like that. But no, we're going to keep our eye on the prize. Nobody got to play that. Cut it out.
So much money and meant to be outside fighting for my life. That's a fact. Pray everyone survives. Yeah, everybody up against the wall. That's crazy. And obviously, they still driving around looking. I feel like a reporter. Well, I am a reporter, but I feel like a news reporter now. No, I was inside. So what happened was, this is another incident that happened. The amount of alcohol consumption, the amount of alcohol that is going on. Shout out to everybody on Twitter that you can't hear me or listen to the actual video. You can't watch the video or listen to it unless you're on the actual channel watching it live at Prime. I'll put that up in the chat as well. So happy New Year's to everybody that's out there, in the world. Please share this out with everybody so they can catch the news the right way, so Prime, like, so there we go right there. I am good. I am good. I am good. I am sharing the news with all of the family around the world because we need to be able to see things and address it. And so I just wanted to bring that to the attention, because it was a lot of alcohol consumption, and there was a lot of people who did a lot of things that weren't supposed to be doing, and driving around and doing stuff that they wasn't supposed to be doing. And so the amount of hit and runs that had happened amongst people that don't look like us was astronomical.
if you have any information, if you have any information, if you have any information, no. These people have been literally getting away. They got away with a lot of stuff last night. I just wanted to highlight this because I don't want it to be taken off of the board, because the amount of road rage. This, I think, is my last video that I need to upload for y'all. I got y'all. 1 second. Appreciate you on all the platforms, everybody live, looking in, tapping in real quick. So what I'm about to do is bring this back over to all of the videos that I have right here, because you're seeing so much going on. People have been I've been talking about this stuff with the air traffic, with the fog, the planetary alignments going on, where people have not been able to get back home. And you're seeing fights that are breaking out in the airports like crazy. It's breaking down like crazy.
Learning a flight from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Columbus, Ohio had to turn around and come back because of a fight on the plane. We're still waiting for more details about the altercation on this Southwest flight. We do know the plane diverted back to Phoenix about 25 minutes into the flight. We'll update you as we learn more. Here at 9 o'clock.
The amount of fights that have happened on flights, not being able to get back. I showed you guys the weather pattern that is happening, where it is literally about to be a fridge. It's about to be a deep freezer all the way down to Houston, where it's literally about to just cover up all snow everywhere. It's about to be that much snow going on. But when you're thinking about everything that's freezing, you're looking at all mechanisms that are shutting down, all technologically advanced machinery. These things are tinkering down. They've gone through so much beat up. We're not even just talking about the last 4 years. We're talking about, even before that, they got a lot. They got a lot. But these last 4 years, 5 years now, every one of these machines have all gotten beaten up. I need 10,000 on TikTok. So I got to up them up. So share it out with everybody. But the amount of damage that most of the infrastructure has had over the years due to the weather has changed how people are now trying to travel. As you can see, the flights are happening as they are, but we still haven't even gotten to high-speed railing, because they've made flying on the ley lines very sexy. And for a long time, it has gotten away with the amount of money that they've made off of, flying over the ley lines like this. And so when it got shut down, that's the industry that they did not want to go down, is flights. They did not want to have airports not functional, especially during COVID. When COVID happened, that was the only thing that did not really get shut down, was that and the trains. When it comes to transportation, like it was the COVID, that was the freest that I've ever driven on any of those LA freeways. I ain't have a problem. I drove on a 405, not a lick of traffic, spick and span, 10. I'm just driving and joyriding, just because I'm just the first time I've ever been on any of these freeways that it ain't been a lick of spick. The amount of weather that has dropped down has changed the trajectory of travel right now. No. This was 3 days ago. That was 3 days ago. Flying from Canada, I just showed you the trajectory of what that looked like beforehand, with that frost zone freezing everything. It is literally going to debilitate everything over until the 10th. The 10th of this month, it's about to be crazy. You're about to literally see a billiards pool table stick of just like a row of all the planetary alignment just beginning. From there, you got in, 11 days? That's jackpot. From the 10th to the 21st, and then even a couple of days after that. But that's 11 days. That's jackpot. And that goes right into Aquarius. But the amount of debilitating to all of transportation and people's way of being able to get around has been very shocking from the trends that I see. And so I'm just trying to bring up every single one of them that I know that I come across that I did not want to miss. All of the infrastructure is bad now. Everything that was built is like falling apart now. You're seeing so many house and apartment fires. And it's not just places where we live. It's not places where we live. I was showing places where these places was catching fire. But even while we're sitting here while they're flying planes in their plane, oh, my neighbors are arguing. I've been having a lot of them arguing. It's crazy. I don't know what's going on, but it's a lot of tension. It's a lot of the holiday tension. And you got to be paying attention. Shout out to everybody on Twitter. Shout out to everybody on Twitch and Kick, on all the platforms out there. We live, baby. But while they flying down, we flying up, I wanted to show this because this was actually pretty dope. I think this was actually awesome because I think we kind of lose sight of our ability to be involved in these industries as well, because as much as they think we no.
A local brother and sister duo is defying the odds one flight at a time. Over Christmas break, an Air Force Academy sophomore instructed his sister at the Troutdale Airport, and now she's flying solo. Fox 12's Leslie Dominique has more about this accomplishment and what it means for the family.
As we take off into the new year, one Portland student pilot is now taking solo flights after training extensively with her older brother over the Christmas break. At 1,000 feet above ground level, it's 17-year-old Kyla Palmer's third time flying solo.
Good job, baby. Good job, Kyla.
And what better instructor to have than her older brother, Jalen? While on Christmas break from the U.S. Air Force Academy, Jalen, a certified private pilot, trained his sister for FAA pre-solo and solo maneuver standards.
We would show up here around 5:30, 6 o'clock every single morning before she has school and do our flight training, ground lessons.
And just after 7 days of training at Gorge Winds Aviation School, he signed her off for her first solo flight on Christmas Day.
I was really excited. I felt like this is a major milestone in my aviation career. I was like, I'm doing this by myself. Here I am.
Oh, look at my baby. Her great-grandmother was in tears.
So I wasn't worried at all. I was just extremely proud of her as a big brother.
You could say Kyla followed in her brother's footsteps. Starting in 5th grade, Jalen was exposed to programs like Urban Wings and the Black Pilots of America, which introduced him to fundamentals of flying, while Kyla intently watched along.
And I joined the meetings, sat in the back of the class, with coloring books, and when I was of age to join the club, I became a student.
Monthly, their parents would drive them back and forth to Seattle for aviation training by the Red-Tailed Hawks chapter of Black Pilots of America.
And we saw the influence, we saw the impact, wanting them to have success with transferable skills that can be taught through aviation.
It's programs like this that helped make a rather expensive hobby attainable for their children.
Finished the pre-flight, and I feel like everything is ready to go, and I am comfortable flying this aircraft.
For Kyla, this is more than just a flight.
I feel like I'm breaking a barrier for young black women to get involved with aviation.
According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, about 4% of commercial pilots in the United States are black.
There is the hope that our community is encouraged and that they can see that these two young people from Northeast Portland figured out a way. They were supported by their family, they were supported by their community, and they found success.
So as Kyla trains for her private pilot license and soars to greater heights, this big brother has his little sister's back.
Jalen said he couldn't be who he is if he didn't have a sister like Kyla.
In Troutdale.
Because of who she is, it encourages him to do well so she can do well.
Leslie Dominique.
Can we get hand claps for that? I mean, if that ain't a Christmas present, then I don't know what is, to be able to sign you off on your first flight, opening you up to being able to get your pilot license instead of getting you some Jordans. I just showed you the picture of the one video with the baby mama throwing damn shoes away because the new baby, the new homegirl, you know what I'm saying, it stepped into the picture. And so because of these emotions, you know what I'm saying, you mess up the opportunity for that kid to be able to excel, regardless of how it is. We all, it's unity in the community. We all are blended families, however it comes. My father had 9 damn kids on my father's side. You know what I'm saying? Everybody goddamn Rolling Stones is out here, just rocks and pebbles floating and rocking all over the damn place. Everybody dipping and dabbling in easy bake ovens. Everybody's just, but at the end of the day, having to be able to support family, you know, regardless of whoever you was or wherever you came from, you was family. You should be supported. You should be embraced. You should be know that you can, you're home, you're welcomed, instead of feeling uncomfortable and not welcomed. But to see the younger generation to do this, like, I love it. I love to see that. And that's why I wanted to highlight that, because I think this is an amazing, it's an amazing story. And I highlight these because I see the younger generation doing that stuff. The older generation wasn't trying to even incentivize that, or like, let's go to the airport or anything like that. Everybody was just doing the same, like, no. To be able to change it up, it is definitely encouraging to see. So yes, I just wanted to put that up there, because instead of, while they going down, we going up. So yeah, while they going down, we going up. We flying up. I mean, that's what we're supposed to be going to. Peace. I got the news on the channel. Everybody chiming in, tuning in right now. I'm showcasing. I just played a beautiful story of 2 siblings, and so I wanted this to be an example even for the elders to be able to come together who are not talking to their damn siblings. You know what I'm saying? Even for me, I speak for myself. It's like, we all family. Quick question: does anyone familiar? Yeah, gematria. Yeah. I was told about that by a sister on my TikTok channel by, so that's definitely another phenomenal topic. But it's just amazing to see that these are the things that are happening in our community that we a lot of times avoid truly addressing. We get caught up in the baby oil talk. We get really caught up in the baby oil talk. And I try to show like the trajectory of the mentality of people. I see the kids in their books. I see them getting to their bags. I see a lot of promising. They may not know what we know as a nation as far as the elders out here, the OGs. Like, I'm looked at as an OG now. I just got caught that. I'm like, oh, what up, OG? Like, so, but because of that, you're starting to see that we take pride in the work that we do. Like even when we was working, when we had everything going on in Detroit with all of the auto industry, those cars were immaculate. I don't ever remember the people were still driving them to this day, to the test of time. If they upkept those cars, they knew that those cars was made by black hands and they was blessed. But when they took it out, look at all of those industries. They all just making stuff that is from overseas and it's just put together, just really raggedy now. But anything touched by black hands is blessed. And that's how it's always been. And so to even see that these young, she was immaculate on making sure her little jet didn't go tinkering and falling down, And so we really do take a lot of honor in the things that we do and how we speak and how we conduct ourselves, what we educate ourselves into now. We're starting to realize that the stuff that we may have been getting educated in or getting distracted with and watching TV or anything like certain shows or certain movies, like we started really watching these things because they were triggering, they were affecting us, And so it's always good to chew the meat, spit out the bones, and be, observe and report. But at the same time, you have to be able to protect yourself from things that are very detrimental to the betterment of yourself. So I think that's important, and we're starting to see that the younger ones are appreciating the trades that are out there that I guess most people do take for granted. You see a lot of Esau taking a lot of these different possessions and professions for granted. So you see a lot of this stuff where people complaining about their damn job all day, every day. And it's just unfortunate that we can't even get everybody on the same page to understand that. And so it was a lot of stuff that went down on the New Year's. You had the explosion with the Cybertruck outside.
Tell us what it's like this morning.
Karen, Mike, you can see right now this section of Canal Street is still an active crime scene. And now this investigation is shifting to who else could be involved. We are starting to learn more about the driver behind Wednesday's deadly New Year's attack, as the FBI is now investigating this assault as an act of terrorism.
The city of New Orleans was impacted by a terrorist attack.
More than a dozen people.
And we have to watch that because they will gather us up into those conversations. You seeing that? Like I'll just be seeing stuff real quick. They trying to like skirt and skate past that shit real fast. Nah, homie, I ain't finna miss that. We ain't finna miss that. Our people get so emotionally like gaslit into a situation and just ready to jump into it. That's that shooting from the hip George Bush shit, 9/11. We run into this all the time.
People are dead and dozens more injured after officials say 42-year-old Sam Sadine Jabbar, a U.S. Army veteran from Texas, bypassed a police blockade and plowed a pickup truck through a crowd along historic Bourbon Street Wednesday morning.
This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could.
The driver was killed by police after exiting the vehicle and opening fire on officers. Revelers who made it off the street in time are in a state of shock.
2 minutes difference between us on the street and us standing here.
The FBI says the flag of the Islamic State group was on the trailer hitch of the truck. Weapons and possible explosives were also found inside.
He posted videos on social media indicating that he was inspired by ISIS.
The FBI doesn't believe the driver acted alone and are looking for other potential suspects.
The situation is very fluid.
Meanwhile, President Biden says officials are also looking into whether there's any relation between the attack in New Orleans and a Tesla Cybertruck that exploded outside President-elect Donald Trump's Las Vegas hotel on the same day. Louisiana's governor has issued an emergency declaration, and as of right now, the Sugar Bowl is still scheduled for this afternoon. Karen, Mike.
At the top, you said that the Canal Street would.
You see, oh my goodness. Oh. This freaking boxer / chihuahua looking face. They get so petrified and scared. These words are so triggering because they're alarmed by everything that's going on. One incident goes on, everybody lose their damn marbles. So none of those Teslas that just went off and just recalibrate. So ain't none of those situations mount and account for any of that. So we're just gonna bypass and skip past all of that happening right now. But when it comes to certain situations, that ain't got nothing to do with it actually being But what about the people? See, you always got to cover up stories and not really specify and elaborate and expound on things. You're too down the middle of that river because you have investments you got to keep up. You have advertising dollars you got to get.
You're standing on is still a crime scene. Were people hit on Canal? Did it all take place on Bourbon Street?
Well, we do know that the area that's marked off right now is Bourbon Street and Canal, and we do know that a lot of that activity did happen on the section of Bourbon Street, a very historical part of New Orleans. I will tell you, though, as of right now, of course, this section is still roped off, but last night we still saw so many tourists and fans, sports fans, really walking around this area. Again, we are expecting people to go to the Sugar Bowl tonight. But of course, this is still an active crime scene and a very sad situation out here.
Yeah. These people trying to get active with the fear tactics and ain't nobody finna get all extra. Ain't nobody finna get all extra. And it's the spooky times right now too. You gotta understand they love their spookies. And during these times, you see a lot of horror movies come out and all of this. You just had the snow moon going into the wolf moon. Like these are definitely those Hunger Game times where it's just really barbaric and carnivorous and things like that. And just even being in the traditions of all of these celebrations going on, people's celebrations have gone crazy.
Welcome back. With the beginning of a new year come many old traditions, and at least one of those in the South surrounds food. Our Anthony Jenkins Jr. talked with residents of Columbus who were in the New Year's spirit and asked them about what's on the table for their New Year's dinner. He joins us live in the studio with more. Anthony.
Yes, that's right, Grace. Some people say they believe a great home-cooked meal and spending time with family can ensure an amazing year of 2025. There are also other superstitions to be observed on day one of the year.
The New Year tradition that my family has is black-eyed peas. You cook black-eyed peas on New Year's Day, and you have to eat the black-eyed peas on New Year's Day, even if you eat just a spoonful, to have good.
Her name is Kabir. They gonna be coming after people that look like us with the names like these, and it's gonna be interesting. That's why I'm bringing these up.
Eat just a spoonful to have good luck throughout the rest of the year.
Call it tradition or even superstition. Many people believe what you eat today can affect the rest of your year. Whether it's eating 12 grapes or black-eyed peas and cabbage, we all want to make sure we start the year off on the right foot.
It's tradition. I don't know whether I believe it or don't believe it, but I do eat my peas. I do eat my greens at the first of the year to make sure I get them in. So we'll have a good, prosperous year.
People say that there are traditions that involve unity and togetherness from family and friend gatherings.
The New Year's tradition is being around your family, bringing in the new year. And these traditions have been going on for hundreds of years. So we just have to keep the traditions going, getting our good eats in and enjoying loved ones, or bringing loved ones around us.
With there being several superstitions involving food, there can also be much more that comes with securing a great year.
We always try to be together when we can on the special occasions. And with our good luck black-eyed peas, we're going to be healthy, wealthy, and wise.
We always talk about how we need to be unified. Every year people make New Year's resolutions. I don't make resolutions, but I just say that, having family support is very important, especially in my life.
In Columbus, telling your story, Anthony Jenkins Jr.
I bring this up because obviously the name did situation, but our traditions, you know, our normal traditions that we've been so used and accustomed to, you know, doing with family all the time. And so even then, like family ain't sounding too excited and like comfortable about the things that, you know, we identify, we were proud of what we have as our culture and things like that. But I'm running into where, you know, white folks is having to question what is their culture? What is their identity? Like I'm running into a lot of brothers and sisters that's acting like that and coming around where they, you know, having to find out who they are and what they identify as. But you know, when you identify through what's been throughout history, it's like most of the time, most of them don't want to identify with it just because it is something that is not comfortable, and history is not comfortable. But we have had a lot going on, even with the celebrations, with everybody going on. Like people were celebrating crazy. I have to bring all this up.
A New Year's Eve celebration in Miami turned deadly. A stray bullet hit and killed a 10. Police officials say that the girl was celebrating with family members when she suddenly collapsed. This happened at about 1:30 in the morning. They say her parents discovered a wound in
My Latino brothers and sisters, that tequila is going to be your demise. All of that alcohol mixed with all of that Aztec aggression that you have deep down in your soul, homie. I love you, but I have to tell you the truth, and it's going to be the burden, and because you have Americanized yourselves as well in this culture, and so guns is no bueno for you, no bueno. But just like you and I, we think we need to protect us as men because the world is crazy and we got nukes. But yeah, on days like this, where people have just been like, I'm going to shoot them up, bang, bang. This is coming down into your communities. Just trying to identify what I do see because I am seeing more domestic violence. I'm seeing more gun violence. I'm seeing more alcoholism. I'm seeing more DUIs, very much so.
the back of her head. They placed her in a car and started searching for a hospital while calling for help, but they couldn't save her. Police believe she was struck by a stray bullet fired into the air by an unknown person.
We dealt with that for many, many years. We dealt with that for many, many years. Even with Miami, I don't even want to bring this up. You know, that little girl ain't gonna never have a life because of the conduct of adults. Yeah, the conduct of adults. Matter of fact, let me go back out. People don't want to do right. People get stupid. People get stupid and they don't even think about the things they affect. And then when these things happen, you don't know where that stray bullet come from. And there's somebody who recognizes that, oh snap, did one of my bullets hit that? So, you know, the amount of mental, and even then there's another video on my show about a lot of them emphasizing on trying to work on mental health this year. Because it is a real serious thing that's going on right now. And now it's starting to be addressed right now. And everything in the kitchen sink is getting thrown at it to kind of curb it. But you got to understand, when you're dealing with PTSD, you don't know how to even cope with it. You don't even, you're not even prepared because all of these red trails are coming out of nowhere. Spontaneous, random, aggressive, high velocity. Just getting swung on. Yeah, all of your money's being taken away from insurance, video games, just everything. Then you're losing your home. It's like, I'm watching how affected all of you guys are in a very, very intricate way. And I have to kind of showcase that because it can't be like avoided. Like if we're gonna have examples, we like people are like, no, it ain't. This ain't happening. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Let me give you the example. Let me lay out the table And then when I lay out the table for your ass, you go out for your own social experiment and you go and see within your communities, whether across. I have been to 46 states in every nook and cranny of this country, and I've talked to I've talked to 1 million people. I have looked in the eyes of 1 million people and had conversations with people. And so if I'm going to go down, where's your evidence? I've talked to 1 million people. How many people have you talked to with your shy ass? Let's get that fact straight.
Experts warn some could
on your side.
Last year's hurricanes left many vehicles in the Bay Area flooded.
Yeah, those vehicles should have been totaled and scrapped, but experts warn some could still end up for sale. 8 on your side, consumer investigator Shannon Benkin has what you need to know to avoid buying a flood-damaged car.
Even if a vehicle appears to be in good shape, buying a vehicle that has been through floodwater will only cause you problems later on. I was at the AAA Car Care Center in Tampa in October and saw dozens of water-damaged vehicles coming in for inspections.
This one actually had water damage going all the way up through the cup holders. If you look inside here, you can see the water still in the cup holders. There's computers underneath most of these cars. All this was damaged. That is mold. This car is once another full total.
Across the Bay Area, cars were damaged by hurricanes. So where are those cars now? Most should have been totaled, but consumer advocates warn that in the coming weeks, an influx of flood-damaged vehicles could begin to enter the used car market. Somebody may try to sell you one in a private deal or through a car lot and never tell you about the damage. That's why it's important to have the car checked out by a mechanic before you buy it. Some things to look for: check under the spare tire well. Check everywhere for signs of rust. Have a mechanic check all electrical systems. Wiring would be damaged by floodwater. If carpets are damp to the touch or there's a faint smell of mold, do more research. Check the car's vehicle identification number for history, but when in doubt, get a professional opinion. And remember, it is illegal to sell a flood-damaged car with a clean or lost title. Keep in mind, the only way a used car can be sold that has been flooded is if that damage is noted on the title or the vehicle is rebuilt and has a rebuilt title. I'm Shannon Benkin, 8 on your side.
Hurricanes 2020.
Woo-wee. Is that on some, that ain't on no, that ain't far-fetched. That is not far-fetched, y'all. You're going to have a lot of people who done lost all their money. They waiting on that income tax check to come in. They're going to go straight to try to get them a car, not knowing that that's going to be I have driven across this country, y'all. You know how many cars that I've seen on the side of the road because they were water damaged. So I'm bringing this because it hasn't been paid attention to. This was a normalcy that was already going on. It just wasn't addressed like I'm addressing it right now. You see what I'm saying? So like I want it to be as spick and span clean scene as possible, because you're seeing a deterioration of so many different aspects of livelihood. People are losing their cars, getting totaled out, and then they getting kind of refurbished and then resold back. You got people living out of these cars. You talk about black mold. I'm not tripping when I'm saying this stuff. This is very heavy. You got all of this stuff breaking down. You got cyber trucks blowing up. You got cars, homes. New Year's Day. You starting off your New Year's Day jacked up.
Closer to our area, one Chattanooga family lost their home to a fire on New Year's Day. The Chattanooga Fire Department responded to the home in Alton Park, located at the 5200 block of Usher Drive, just after 10:30 last night. The fire was extinguished, but this house suffered significant damage. 2 women and 2 children are safe after escaping their burning home. The American Red Cross will be assisting the impacted residents.
7-Eleven. That's all I've been seeing is 7-Eleven. Literally 7-Eleven and 13. I've been seeing all the numbers. Like, it's just crazy. But this little 752 popped up on it. But you know, I'm just showing this because it's a thief in the night that is happening, and it's taking everything. And you wake up to be coherent, to see, like, to be able to acknowledge it. It's like you're being woken up out of this dream. The formality of how these incidences happen. It's like they've been so lullabied to sleep. They've just been sleeping all in a blessing, and then out of nowhere, just chaos. And then to really wake up to it, to have to humbly acknowledge it from seeing the actual, like, end results of it. To have to see the end results. To have to see the end results of everything you didn't work your ass off for. Yeah. It's getting real serious out here.
Developing this morning, OKC fire crews investigating what caused a vending machine to catch fire around 4 a.m.
And KOCO's Audrey Goodson, she went to that scene near Northwest 30th and Chartel, where crews say if they hadn't have stopped those flames, this actually could have turned out much worse.
That's right. Oklahoma City fire crews got a call early this morning that the pool house at this apartment complex was on fire. Crews say it started near a vending machine inside, spread throughout the rest of the building. As crews were putting out the flames, they realized they were close to dangerous pool chemicals just one room over that could have made this situation a whole lot worse.
They realized the importance of getting water on it quick and keeping it contained in that one room. So I've got to give a shout out to those first initial companies. They did a good job of realizing the danger at hand and kept it contained quickly.
Thankfully, crews were able to contain that fire to just that one building, and no one was inside, so no one was hurt. They say they believe this was an electrical fire, but the exact cause is still under investigation. We'll be checking in with Oklahoma City fire crews throughout the
It is outdated infrastructure all the way around the map. And these things are being overexerted and overburnt out. You mean to tell me that your damn neighbor who got all of those Christmas tree lights up and stuff like that, got the garden gnomes and the reindeer singing "It's a Small World After All" in the front damn yard all night, and I can't sleep, and you can't, all of that juice going into that little socket. And then it's raining, then it's freezing, then it's windy, and then it's knocking it out of its socket, and it's barely touching the plug. It's barely getting the juice, and then it starts, and it just catch fires and blows up there and takes out everybody's power lines. And so these things occur everywhere I go. I pay attention to the news that is in these places everywhere I go, because I want to see what's going on. And then when I find out what's going on, then it's like, whoa. I didn't know that. I didn't know that was trends. And these are the people that are the boots on the ground. So people are assisting me with the information as being the boots on the ground. I'm just like, oh, wow, I wouldn't have known that. But I'm going to your neighborhood restaurant that everybody goes to, and, you know, the elder of that place, you know, explains to me certain things that may have been taking place. People are losing everything during these times. So this is the wolf moon, where the wolves are actually out right now. I'm gonna even bring that up. I got so much to show y'all, because I ain't even done. I ain't even started, because now it's the animals that are coming out now. Matter of fact, I just need to bring that up.
Researchers with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife announced the latest annual count of gray wolves in the state, and it shows a remarkable population climb for the endangered species.
CBS 8's Evan Narani talked with the team behind the recovery plan in tonight's Earth 8 report.
Gray wolves in California continue to see a population boom, as noted in the latest annual count by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
So this year we had a minimum of 30 pups born across 5 or 6 packs. That's the largest we've had, and the largest annual litter count we've had thus far in the state.
Axel Honeycutt is the state gray wolf coordinator and says since the conservation plan began, wolves across the state are adapting well.
The last wolf was removed or killed in 1924 up in Lassen County, and there had been zero presence or evidence of wolves since then until 2011, when a wolf came down from northeast Oregon. And since then, or about 2015, we got the first pack established in the state, and then since then we've had consistent wolf presence ever since.
It's estimated that at least 70 wolves are roaming the state now, up from just 44 last year. The count also showed 2 new packs, bringing the state to 9 named wolf packs, with nearly all roaming the northeast corner of the state.
Wolves were here before. Wolves are part of our history just as much as the grizzly bear on our state flag. And so having wolves return definitely is, in a sense, the ecosystem becoming fuller and richer and more diverse as it was historically. And so as Californians living in the most biodiverse state in the U.S., it is reason to celebrate for that.
The initial extinction in the 1900s came as a result of the threat wolves posed to livestock and farmers. As the population rebounds, the biggest threat to their livelihood continues to be humans.
There is definitely a conflict between wolves and the agricultural sector, and the fact that wolves are completely protected in the state also makes it difficult for producers to, at times, effectively deter wolves from engaging with livestock.
It's what led the state to introduce a livestock compensation program, a non-lethal way of ensuring local producers recoup lost revenue following an attack on cattle or other animals. In addition to the 9 total packs, there are 4 additional groups of wolves being monitored. To date, there are no confirmed gray wolf packs in Southern California. Evan Narani, CBS.
They said it was no confirmed. They couldn't confirm that it was extinct just 2011. So anything you're saying is just, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're just tripping over yourself every time. That's why I have to expose these things, because it's so funny to me. If I'm laughing, I chuckle and giggle at myself because of what the things that I may see. Like, huh? Wait, hold up. This don't make no sense. Hold up. Why is it? This person just told me they just got attacked by a wolf, not a coyote. And that's the thing that's going on. People are like, oh, it's coyotes and stuff like that outside. Yeah, they're getting a little bigger and bigger now. Yeah, they're not in Southern California. Yeah, there's been a lot of clearing out of the land, if you have not seen lately, which makes it very peaceful and quiet for these particular animals to come out and roam and do what they do. I'm saying this is because I just showed you a stark contrast of what was inside of a house and what's on the outside of a house. And when you're eliminating the house, whatever was inside of the house is going to end up outside. So if whatever was inside of the house is outside with the outside stuff now the outside now sees what was on the inside now on the outside. Now that outside is going to want to enjoy whatever was in the inside. So that's why I'm bringing this up, because you're seeing many people. I just showed you the video on beforehand where they're trying to get as many of these tractor trailers to keep people's lives on track. These RVs and these, the tiny homes and stuff like that for people to keep their lives on track. You know how many people in the videos I show you, people outside in these tents. You think a pack of wolves ain't gonna eat through no damn tent. You got food crumbs and all type of rumblings all around there. Sure, they may have a knife or there here and there, whatever like that. How many of them really gonna have a gun on them? And if they do got a gun and they committing petty crimes like that, that's just gonna be so easily susceptible for them to get locked up. So yeah, not discrediting them not having any weapons to be able to defend themselves. But many of these people out in the wilderness are in all of these RVs across the whole country. And you're seeing wildlife coming back to life and owning and demanding their dominion back, their territory back. And they're enforcing it. The last 5 years, they've been showing that they are enforcing. They're not playing around. They've been literally in everybody's face showing you that, hey, you are no longer a part of this land. You are expired. Your privileges have been revoked. That's what we're getting to right now, is being able to see. And people that are outside, who are cold, who are chilly, they're finding out really the hard way right now. All of this that is going on right now. So we are definitely living in different times where I have to showcase these things, because the animals are flourishing. Animals are coming back that were of these lands that were there before. That's everywhere. There were so many fires. So many animals got pushed in so many different other remote lands. You don't know how these animals are traveling while you sleep in your house, that you don't know if you're about to get burnt down. You're asleep, sound asleep. That's what we're coming across right now, is where the animals are actually showing up. They're showing up everywhere you go. You keep trying to go travel and go on vacations and and go and have a good time and enjoy yourself everywhere you go. These animals are disrupting their vacations. They're disrupting their moments. You just can't go nowhere. You can't go nowhere and have no fun. None of the animals are allowing for you to really even be able to enjoy yourself and have fun. And now that you're seeing one of the animals that actually help out the ecosystem, which are the wolf. So they're going to be posing a major threat. You're seeing the mountain lions. I remember seeing the mountain lions pop up all throughout Denver and Colorado. All of these different locations. And now you're seeing people who are trying to go back to the waters, and they can't even go in the water. They can't even get a good moment of being in the water. I'm going to show even this. Like, that's how bad it's gotten. That no animal anywhere is allowing them to be able to just enjoy themselves wherever they think they can go. Wherever they think they can go, they can't just sit there and enjoy it. They're going to be disrupted. That's what I'm trying to showcase, is that however we try to enjoy ourselves, if you desecrate and disrespect the land, the land is going to be able to showcase you back to you. This is just one. He's all by himself. He ain't no punk. That's the interesting part about all this. However they're coming, they're showcasing themselves. They weren't. Getting them impaled going into the water. People going into the water and not realizing that we don't have gills, we don't have fins. And these animals are not taking it easy on people. They have not. You're seeing things happening at an astronomical rate right now. Bitten by a shark. It's really that deep. I have to showcase this stuff because it's really that deep. Can't sit there and avoid what's really going on, regardless wherever you at. Whether you're enjoying yourself or whether you really got to be back in and back to life and back to reality. Every aspect of people's lifestyle is getting disrupted or interrupted with something that is so triggering now. You see what I'm saying? So triggering. Whole engine stopped over the water. The whole engine stopped. It was the right moment right after takeoff. Where did that backpack come from? It fell out of the hold. And you right over the water. So it's like it's double for your troubles in every part. That's freaking and scaring them out now at this point. However these things like lapping up on top of each other like that. The shock value when you see it in any of these engagements now, that's trauma. And I read it in the book. You can see it in front of you. You can hear it, you can feel it. Getting attacked.
Survive a brutal bear attack, and they're telling their story only to Good Morning America. As Mona Leahy reports, one of the wrestlers created a distraction to save his teammate's life.
Just for us to walk out of there alive, all four of us, it's a miracle. It really is, with the situation we were in with.
This morning, 4 college wrestlers grateful to be alive and for each other after perhaps their toughest match, going toe-to-toe with a grizzly bear.
I just knew I had to protect my head and just kind of fight for life. You know, it's life or death.
Northwest College students Braden Lowry, Kendall Cummings, August Harrison, and Orrin Jackson were searching for fallen antlers in Wyoming's Shoshone National Forest on Saturday when all of a sudden Lowry and Cummings came face to face with the bear. The bear pounced, tackling Lowry first.
The bear came running out of the trees. I didn't even see it until it was right in front of me, but I heard the crashing, and the only thing I could yell was, "Bear, bear!" And I yelled bear, and the bear tackled me first.
Seeing his teammate being mauled, Cummings took the fight to the bear, yelling, punching, and grabbing it until the bear turned on him.
It knocked me onto the ground and then with its head pushed me on the ground.
Whew. Poor Chucky baby. That Chucky baby. That Chucky baby. That Chucky baby. Wow. That bear is not playing. A 400+ pound bear. Now, mind that every single animal and wildlife out there all have some type of wildlife animalistic defense mechanism that they all have to be able to deter themselves and have an offense so they can be able to eat. Us as humans, we don't have any of these natural capacities other than the human mind and intellect and willpower that we have within a brain that we have and opposable thumbs. We don't have any skin. We don't have any gills. We don't have any wings. We just have, we're not fast enough. Man, we suck. It takes damn near 5 years before a kid can actually be able to defend. The kids didn't it takes us the longest for a kid to even develop themselves to be able to defend themselves. When when a baby giraffe comes out, he got to damn near be ready, up and alert and ready to go. Like mama was whispering this shit in that stomach before. It's like, on your mark, get set, go. The moment you get your wobbly leg ass out here, you're going to have to get the gallivanting and get the skipping to my loo down in the Sahara Desert. because you got Simba and Mufasa over here looking at you with deliciousness. So when we're going out in these areas and stuff like that, just any regular type of escapade, journey, shindig, whatever, are turning out like this. I'm talking about everywhere these last 5 years I've been watching it. This year was crazy even more because I paid attention to it a lot more. That's why I'm bringing it to I'm summarizing up what I may have been having in my own thoughts. And I'm like, you know what? I can't just say these things without just not actually having any proof or any evidence. It's like, okay, let me find some stuff to tie in what I've seen. So
all the way up against the trees, and then kind of pinned me up there, and it was attacking me for a second. I was putting my hands in its mouth and stuff so it wouldn't be chewing on my neck and everything.
The bear finally walking away, but the horror not over. Just when they thought they were in the clear, the bear returned.
I called out to Brady. I was like, Brady, you all right? Where you at, Brady? And then I didn't hear nothing from Brady, but I heard the bear kind of grunting behind me, and I heard it walking. And then I saw it again, and it came and it attacked me again.
Eventually, Lowry and Cummings able to escape, calling 911 and reuniting with their teammates.
I spoke with the lady on the phone, the dispatch lady, and we kind of coordinated a plan to get the Flight for Life there. I remember telling her, that's our brother up there.
Cummings airlifted to Billings Clinic Hospital, getting 60 staples in his head. Lowry taken to the same hospital by ambulance, treated for a compound fracture in his left arm.
You surprised to hear that they fought for each other the way they did?
No, not at all. Not at all. I growing up in a wrestling world, it's just the kind of brotherhood that there is.
They'll fight for each other.
Experts saying the outcome could have been much worse if they didn't have each other.
And the 2 against 1 seemed to, tip the scales to their advantage, and he was very lucky to chase the bear off that way.
Now, as they recover, broken and bloody, their friendship stronger than ever.
I'm happy that everyone's here and everyone's all right.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to come back and review those friendships again. But when you have things like that happening in people's life, that is astronomically crazy PTSD, if that hasn't been any. I'm just saying, if you wind up in a situation like that, and that's The Revenant, you're Leonardo DiCaprio, and yeah, to see those are freak accidents. Yes, they are. Like, got mauled, that you ain't gonna be able to sleep. You ain't never going back to sleep again. You ain't never go back to sleep again, to where you gotta
mental
take
health
something.
is a top New Year's resolution this year.
Newsjax reporter Brianna Andrews spoke with a mental health counselor about this trend.
New Year's resolutions are pretty much the same every year, right? Get in shape, eat better, make more money, so on and so forth. But this year, mental health is on the list, and it's up high.
Are you surprised at all by that?
I'm not surprised at all by that. In fact, I'm really happy to hear that.
Melissa Brown is a licensed mental health counselor in Jacksonville.
When I first became a counselor, the topic of mental health was still very much taboo. That was about 12 years ago. I've been a counselor for 12 years. And I just see so many more people talking about mental health, especially on social media.
Believe it or not, the National Institute of Health says social media can have positive effects on mental health, including easier access to mental health resources, advice from specialized professionals, and online support groups or communities.
It allowed us to see that we all kind of deal with a lot of the same things more than we realized previously.
Back in 2019, the American Psychological Association posted a poll about attitudes towards mental health disorders. 39% of Americans surveyed agreed with this statement. People with mental health disorders scare me.
So is the stigma against mental health finally over, would you say?
I wouldn't say it's over. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say it's over, but we are definitely coming over the hump.
Brianna Andrews.
Is it me, or is it like they're just like enjoying that too much, like it's some Cold Stone ice cream or something like that. You know, when you got a dude who just got mauled, like, is she going to be able to understand? People be trying to assume positions of influences if they know what they're doing or what they're talking about, especially people that look like us that will go out and flagship for we all know, and having to be mindful of what you do for that dollar. Who are you outside of your badge? Because, at the end of the day, Judas took the trinkets. However you want to sit there and slice and dice it, Judas took those trinkets. So when you got people that look like us who are weaponized to be marketable to the masses, because we're marketable, our marketability has always been the standard for white capitalism. So to be able to get sisters who don't recognize it because white white government zaddy waves a couple dollars in front of you, and that currency is the currency instead of the energy. The energy flowing that's out here right now is completely topsy-turvy. And that's people like that are completely oblivious and delusional and will get caught up in the crossfires for trying to think that they can, I guess, do alchemy with other people's traumas who are in the curse right now. And so we're going to have a lot of people who look like us trying to play Jesus and thinking that they can save all these people with their mental situations. The only thing that you can do is provide them with that medicine, because that medicine is the only thing that's going to make it relevant for the conversation, which is crazy because, like I said, alcohol and prescription consumption has been at an all-time high. The amount of commercials this last year that have been up has been astronomically, has been crazy, y'all. I'm telling y'all, the amount of money that has been put into pushing pills to these folks. And so just like when COVID came out, like there was companies that came out and they were like, oh, we got the new COVID juice. We got that new juice. Like the most raggediest of companies. It was like 700 different vaccines on the market, on the stock market, that were trying to come out. People were racing to try to get people like this, get us. I had family members who said, if you don't get the jab, we ain't family no more. To this day, I still don't be calling. They still be calling my damn phone, being like, oh, we family. Yeah, we no, you said that shit with your, that's why your eye twitching. That's why your arm glitching. Because you're over here looking like Robin Williams from Bicentennial Man when he fell out the window. Trying to recalibrate and shit. All these people who fell for the damn okie dokes. All the okie dokes. And now you're running into a situation where you have the FDA because they pushed all of these different medicines. They pushed all these different medicines. They pushed all those different medicines. And now those medicines are coming back on recall. They don't know what to do. And it's actually backfiring. So it's like whatever you think that you're going to get checked up under the hood is actually coming back like 10 times like jacked up now. So
1,000 bottles of an antidepressant are being recalled. The medication contains levels of a chemical that pose a cancer risk. The medication duloxetine was sold by Rising Pharmaceuticals of New Jersey. The company voluntarily recalled the capsules last month, but now the FDA has classified it under its second most severe risk level. That means it could cause temporary or medically reversible adverse health consequences. A similar recall of more than 7,000 bottles of duloxetine distributed by Toa Pharmaceutical Europe was issued back in October. More than 230,000.
Toa Pharmaceutical Europe. Are you taking some damn pharmaceuticals from Europe, a place where you don't even know where that's? And then it's a conflict over there, and they They gas pipeline jacked up. Whose pharmaceuticals you taking? Who you got this from overseas? You don't know what kind of concoctions these are. You know, in China, they've turned leather belts into ground beef, ground meat, right? You know that they grounded, our regular plastic bottles. Matter of fact, let me show you, because I'm not joking with you guys when I say these things. This same water bottle right here, they take off this little label right here, but this same plastic water bottle has been turned into granulated rice. There's videos of them churning leather belts, bottles, all type of stuff, and redistributing and refeeding it back to us. Maybe not in these lands, maybe not eat them, but they are out here. And people are eating leather belt beef. You're eating leather belt beef and plastic bottle pellets for rice. I didn't know there was enough rice around the world to feed 8 billion people. I didn't know there was that many rice paddies. How fast does rice grow? I have a lot. I guess I'm tripping. Am I tripping? When I see these things right in front of me, and even with China, I'm gonna show that right now too. I might as well. Let me get that video out the way. I got so many y'all. I'll be finding stuff. I'll just be here. I'm just chilling. I'll just be chilling.
Two new counties, one of them reportedly on a large part of India that China occupied illegally in the Aksai Chin. Chinese local media has reported that the government of northwest China's Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region has announced the establishment of the counties Heian County and Hikang, which has been approved by the Central Committee of the Communist Party and the State Council. Now, Heian County is created on 38,000 square kilometers of area that China has illegally occupied in Aksai Chin. And this comes just 10 days after the special representatives of both the nations met in Beijing and restarted the boundary negotiations. The first after the military standoff in eastern Ladakh in 2020, where both India and China suffered casualties. India has not officially reacted to this development, but as per reports, New Delhi has said that such unilateral moves by China will not affect the bilateral negotiations to resolve the boundary dispute. India and China have reached a deal on non-hostile patrolling along the line of actual control, and this was the first time since the Galwan Valley clash that the two nations returned back to their original posts. The two sides initially started border talks in 2003 and reached an agreement in 2005 on political parameters and guiding principles for settlement of the boundary question between the two countries. Article 3 of the 2005 agreement says both sides should, in spirit of mutual respect and mutual understanding, make meaningful and mutually acceptable adjustments to their respective positions on the boundary so as to arrive at a package settlement to the boundary question.
Now, I brought that up because obviously I've been seeing 3 and 8 equals 11. I've been seeing that jackpot. But I bring this up is because things ain't sweet over there either. Just as much as there are tensions over there are tensions over here between the same grouping of people. There's tensions between all of these groupings of peoples all around the world. You still got Egypt and Palestine still going through their thing. Got the Middle East and the Middle East. You still got Ukraine and Russia. You still got many of these conflicts around it. These people are neighbors. It's like, do you love thy neighbor, the devil's next door? And that's what it's come down with their own. They look at all of each other as the devil next door. They don't see they don't see each other as a neighbor, and that's what's always been orchestrated and constructed throughout history to be perceived and believed. And so already you go into any type of interaction or engagement with disdainment and this traditionalized engagement of traumatized war flailing on each other. with no incentivized. You're not bettering, you're not replanting the land. You guys are just jacking it up and not doing nothing with it. And so even then, you still just have these conflicts. I haven't even touched the world yet. But even if I showed you those, this is real stuff that's not going to be said over here. They're not going to bring these things to attention that these people are having issues right now. To where you're seeing that there's a conflict with the Indians being over here. There's a conflict with the Asians being over here. The Indians and the Asians are both committing crimes over here. And they both getting the letter of the law as well. I ain't gonna shortchange y'all on that. I'm gonna show y'all that too. Matter of fact, why are you thinking that Asians ain't getting it too? They getting it too. It's even stronger. You're fighting over opium. You think these people ain't fighting? Come on now, y'all. Even the letter of the land that's over here. I'm gonna go ahead and just bring that over there because I missed the video, but I'm gonna just show this one first because I'm just gonna show it. But yeah, things ain't nice between their own neighbors.
The case of a double murder in Bowling Green. Xiaosong Wang has been sentenced to life in prison for the shooting deaths in September 2023. The 64-year-old pleaded guilty to counts of aggravated murder, attempted murder, and other charges. Prosecutors say the shooting stemmed from a dispute after Wang was fired from the Ninja Hibachi Sushi Steakhouse, in Bowling Green. Wang's sentence includes the possibility of parole in 46 years. We've got new information.
Ain't no Wang but a chicken thing. Ain't no thing but a chicken wang. Ain't no thing but a chicken wang. Ain't no Wang but a chicken thing. Am I saying it right? But yeah, these people losing their jobs too because they can't. Like they didn't give their job. They didn't give their life to these companies. These little under the table jobs. These unofficial American jobs. Ain't no pensions. Ain't no. You know what I'm saying? And they're like, oh, you gotta go. You're at that. We have to make changes. Like, no, you can't fire me. And people getting pissed off because of that, because that's their only livelihood. And most of the time, most of these Asians are definitely inside of the casinos. They spending all of that money. That lust and greed, them 7 deadly sins, is prevalent in everybody, and it's being exposed very heavily. And when people then ain't got their source no more to be able to help them stay afloat and alleviate that, people getting more desperate on their jobs. The service starts to go down because their initial intention of doing the job in the first place wasn't nothing of love or passion in the first place. You went there for a check, so you got to keep an objective mind. These people like this stay at these jobs and they work these jobs for a very long time with no other objectives in mind. They're not nation building like that over here. They're trying to at least stay under the radar, to stay over here and try to do what they can and to try to accumulate or whatever like that. Like trying to have a peaceful death or in a peaceful enjoyment of the American dream. But when that dream is gone, that shit starts to become a nightmare. You're starting to see a lot of people's rage, and they true colors start to come out because people feel self-proclaimed entitled to say companies or jobs or that they feel entitled to because of nationality. They feel like nepotism should supersede the work ethics and the work effort. He might have been the worst dang wang sang lang wang wang. And I ain't trying to clown him, but that's what it is. Wang was no longer hired, and he crashed out. And that's what most of them have been doing right now is literally crashing out. They lose their job and then try to find another job, and you got to find another job out of desperation. It's not like you really wanted that job, and you're going to give a poor performance to that job. And because you ain't even got no boss no more. Say like with an Uber or delivery driver. Say like this, I'm going to show you this right here, this damn Amazon driver. Getting service like this. Just drop your shit down. Ding, ding. Ring the doorbell. Just... throw your shit down. That's the service. Ding ding. Just throw your shit down. And you caught on camera and everything. That's when I let the dog out, the cat out. The dog would chase him like, you gonna drop my food all over like that? You gonna drop my food all over like that? That be the last delivery he delivered. You gonna deliver with special service. You gonna put my stuff down very, very gently. I don't like my food on. You gonna hand me my food. You ain't finna just put my food on the ground. Who eats their food off the ground? Who eats their food off the ground? But I'm just showing you that there's a lot of embarrassment going on right now. There's a lot of embarrassment going on right now where people are, they can't handle this stuff no more. Ending up on these drugs. These drugs are crazy right now. They're getting even worse right now. You got the pink cocaine. The pink cocaine is mixed with the fentanyl and the Molly, and it's a whole little concoction. It's a whole little concoction.
Drug more deadly than fentanyl, killing a Stevenson Ranch man. KCAL News assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk now. And Mike, tonight the feds have a first in the nation case right here in SoCal.
That's right, Pat. They're calling this protonitazine. It is a synthetic drug that they say is at least 3 times more powerful than fentanyl, which is already 50 more times powerful than heroin. This is what you look like what you're seeing on your screen here is what they can look like in a pill form. Now, the feds say that in April of this year, a 21-year-old man sold the drug allegedly to a 22-year-old man. The feds say that he then arranged to sell them to him continuously in bulk. The federal government says that after that, the man took the pill in the front seat of his car and died very quickly thereafter. He was found by his mother in the driveway of their home. The feds have arrested that 21-year-old. This is, they say, the first time they have charged someone in the overdose death regarding this new synthetic drug that is starting to spread around. Of course, this is obviously very concerning. That man, by the way, the 21-year-old, has pleaded not guilty in this case. He is taking this to trial. The trial will be a little bit later on this year. Pat, this just happened. This arrest just happened this week. And again, the feds, the U.S. Department of Justice, say this is the first time in the nation they have charged a death from this drug.
Wow. Yeah. Because the traumas are getting way worse. The traumas are getting way worse, y'all. I'm telling y'all, the traumas are getting way worse. We're talking about phenomenal traumas that are coming out of nowhere. Helene, Milton, you're talking about bear attacks. You're talking about getting stabbed with a damn swordfish. You know what I'm saying? A shark, a whole water full of sharks. Lady getting bit by a shark. You're talking about people. I ain't even showed you the one with the hit and runs. Like I said, with the hit and run, that's starting to turn out to be like Juror number 2, that movie that just came out. Literally the movie that just came out right now. And these are your upstanding citizens who are getting drunk, your state senators and stuff like that. I showed you the video just previously. The senator drunk or elected official plastered out of their mind. I'm talking about people driving hundreds of miles an hour. Why they arguing? I just heard arguing outside. I'm hearing it all the time. It's very prevalent. I could sit here and be at the... I'm so grateful for this year because I've been able to let so much stuff go. I was able to not have to worry about driving today. I actually got out and walked, getting my steps today, and it just felt so good. My lungs felt so open. The sun was glistening on me. Plus, I have my Lisa Cabrera beard oil on, you know what I'm saying? They'd be like, oh, who's that? No, but Anyway, but I'll pull up at the light and I'll see people screaming, arguing on the phone. I'm like, damn, like that's how you woke up. Like you're lucky that you woke up today. And that's how your day makes you feel. That's how that influence of something outside of you has made you feel in that moment and has the potential of creating this monumental trajectory of like flung monkey shit on everybody because of your energy, and transfer of energy is very real. And so to be able to kind of like let go of certain things, like, I don't need that. I don't need this. I don't need that. Just starting to feel good. Like, where I don't need the name brands. I don't need all the Jordans and stuff like that. Like these things are starting to become to where we're not having to stress out about having to keep up with the Joneses anymore. And you're able to step back and see how much of what we thought we needed in life that had us stressing out over, trying to accumulate and appease the people that are around us. And it's almost like the Oreo cookie sugar rush, where people have, oh, that gift wasn't enough. These carrots, this ain't no big old, I need bigger carrots. You know what I'm saying? The mailman, he would have gave me more carrots than you. So that type of shedding off that we've had to go through has allowed us to kind of disattach from all of these things, and to where we can see how people have like super overly indulged, even within the festivities of just even New Year's Eve. Man, the amount of trash. Now, I love New York, but New York, that y'all fucking dirty, dog. That shit stank, dog. The rats are this big. And I showed you a video where the rat infestation ran countrywide. That was just one place, but that was like, I have several other videos I could have showed where it's like countrywide. The infestation, whether it's any type of wildlife, small to big. You're not talking about that. You're talking about creeping things. We just had the cicadas from last year. The most that we've ever seen. And when I tell you the sound of that was magnificent. And then it was during the time, wasn't it around the time of the X marks the spot? That time, that time last year went like that. This year, we're not even done. We literally have so many things going on this year that we haven't even started. The amount of planetary alignments is almost like a game of pool game, literally. You're going to see so many just planets popping up. Venus, Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Venus. Like I did the whole little get down of the dates just from off of that. And then the moons, there's going to be 3 super moons this year, I believe. And then it was supposed to be a black moon. So it's pretty interesting this year and then I'm watching the travel patterns of the migrational patterns of the animals. I'm looking at the amount. I ain't even showed the global map yet. Let me go to that because I still got so much stuff going on. I ain't even got to that, y'all. We're gonna get to the globe. We're gonna keep it America right now because we ain't gonna go running off into the the other, swerving off on that bird. But just as much as even when we had things like, they just, the things that we used to have, they just show us as a sad reminder of what we kind of gave up and didn't cherish, or just like sit there and look at as an eyesore because of the representation it was perceived to others as like, ew, let's ghetto, that's anything like that. And so we look at these things like, dang, so the Most High is showing us like we are taking the things that we have for granted, like, the abandoned buildings throughout the whole country, things that used to be our neighborhood, so we got to start taking more pride into that. And I'm glad we're starting to bring it to the forefront because we need to take more pride, humble grace into the things that we cherish like that. And the things that we should be cherishing definitely is the energy. We need to be cherishing each other. We need to be cherishing the blessings that we have been given all day, every day. Simple as that, and not take none of this stuff for granted. So fascinating. Life is so precious, y'all. It's so precious. All of my family is gone, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, my mom's gone, my father's gone, my grandmother's, my great grandfather, and I'm here by myself. And so I'm appreciative of the moments that I do have here, because these people showed me that example of how much they were enjoying the last of their time here. I ain't finna cry or nothing like that. I'm all right, y'all. I had something in my eye. I got something in my eye. I ain't gonna cry. But no, I do be missing them. And my mother's birthday is coming up on the January 19th. And so I've done a spiritual background check on all of them. And it brings me peace too, because then you actually, can actually see them and actually get to know who they are. My mother was a Nogaite, so she was just full of love, and she was a Capricorn. So you know how that go. My father was he's Virgo. And so you start learning about these things, about your whole family, going through the whole spiritual background check. And it starts bringing you peace into trying to figure out, who am I and where do I come from? And, you start losing yourself when we start losing ourselves when we start trying to find ourselves through the artificialities that are around us, the vanities, the substances. We try to find identification within a job structure. You got people that that identify with that job. So I can understand when a quarterback is like, dude, this is all I know, man. I don't know nothing outside of football, man. I don't know nothing outside of basketball. That's when all these brothers that had all this unbelievable talent just didn't have an extra brother who was not trying to be selfish. Just like the story I showed with the brother who brought his sister in on it. Now they both flying. They both flying in their own direction. They both flying together. They flying to better heights. That's the example I'm trying to showcase, because it's like we can do so much better together. We know we bad all by ourselves. And don't nobody want to do bad. So we got to take that bad and then doing all by ourselves. And when we by ourselves, that is bad. Like, even while me being here, this is bad. Like, I have to get outside. You know what I'm saying? I have to engage with people. I'm a Nogaite. I love the loves. I love the loves. The love gloves, but my love gloves fit. So ain't no quitting off of that. Can't speak on. They really did OJ like that. I tripped about that when I watched the posthumous of people who passed away, and they had convicted felon on there. They could not help themselves. That was they one. That was they one tap dancing brother that they thought that they can sit there and, and that brother had, and it's crazy knowing that for one, he got found not guilty, but just in spiritual court, like knowing that, okay, only him and the Most High know. So as much as we could sit here and be talking about everybody's situation, whether it's Diddy or Epstein or Cosby or Kelly, any of these people right here, we don't know none of that. That's why it goes up the spiritual court. That's why it goes within the astral. That's why it goes within the ethereal realm, to where we have to take ourselves out of it and get a greater understanding and allow things to kind of calm down, let the smoke clear and dissipate, so you can look at things with an objective mind. Because when we do get emotionally triggered, and that does happen when life is happening like that, and life was happening like that when we were getting emotionally triggered, we were getting tested. Even just like yesterday, getting tested. We are going to get tested on a consistent basis. But are you going to find like joy and peace in the accomplishment of getting past that test and that obstacle? Because you got to go through the process in order to progress. And that's the only way. So it's like, even whining and complaining about whatever you got to do to get through it. We got a fast coming up, get through it. You got them steps, get through it. I did 2.4 million steps last year. I'm so happy about that, because I didn't think to conscientiously mark and check how much was I sleeping, how many times was I walking, how many. You start having an accountability partner, especially if you don't have a significant other, You know, if you don't have any children, and you know, the kids will hold you accountable too. Kids will keep you young. keep them squeaky bones. They'll keep them squeaky bones with some oil in them. But it's come a long way for us to sit here and understand that we need each other, and how much we have overcome, because we went through a lot, y'all. We went through so much. And to see these things now, it's just, I'm just showcasing, because when these things were happening to us, and I'm not trying to make fun about none of this stuff, I'm just showcasing it in the way that I'm showcasing it, you know, and showing it so people can see, like, oh damn, this is what is happening at a larger scale. Even though we're going to be focused and fine tune on it, because we want to make sure that we elaborate on the details about whatever these videos that I showcase, because I'm just not posting them stuff that is not going to be nutritional in some form or fashion, like chew the meat, spit out the bones. These are just things that I've seen, because I think they just make very prevalent sense to the way we have been moving, kind of giving the validation and a stamp to a lot of the stuff, as far as reassuring and giving us the confidence that we need and esteem that we need, to knowing that we are moving in the right direction. We are doing the right things, and we are being ye separate, saith the Lord, and touch not the unclean thing. Not touching a white sugar, not touching a white booty meat. You know what I'm saying? Not touching any of these white jobs that may be blood money, because you're starting to see to where they used to tempt us about the blood money aspect of things, whether it's the mules, the sex trafficking, the driving, the tráfico. Those used to be all our folks. I promise you. That's what I'm showing. That's why I'm showing it. Because it used to be. But now, because the times are hard. Times are hard for all of these folks. And that's why I'm trying to show in different dynamics on how this may be affecting every single one of them, from their kids on up. You think that kid with all of that scar on his face, he better go be a villain in a movie, and be a villain for the rest of his life. And that'll be his only get out of being attacked by a damn bear, of him flipping that and turning his tragedy into triumph. That's where our people had to go through. I had to go through with my life. You had to turn your tragedy into a triumph. Most people don't do that. They wind up just panicking and going in a whole different direction in life, and spiral down. And all they do is whatever seven deadly sin is cozy up a bowl next to, that's appeasing, that's appetizing, that provides the thirst that is needed in a time slot that is open up for. Yeah. People are going to indulge, and are going to indulge heavily, because they mama and they daddy ain't around. And they're looking around over their shoulder and knowing that there ain't no damn cop around. And ain't nobody gonna sit there, and especially no family and friends gonna tell them to stop, because then most of the time, maybe everybody else is like, I want to hit too. I'm stressed out. And that's what's becoming, where you got these smoke parties, you know, these little private parties. I've seen them. I was witness to one, because I was part of one before, within my stupid time of life. And I had to learn for myself. But these parties do exist. And these are literally you know, it's like if you were in a pool. You know, it's like you're in the pool, but it's like that one little bridge of a step before you just like dive into the pool. You know, it's that one little clip of a pool. That's what that is. It's like people been going down, but the moment that you get around the group setting of this thing, knowing that everybody's there and nobody's holding judgment, and it just allows everybody to be wee, that's when people have taken themselves and have not returned. And that's what's happening for them right now. That's why I wanted to showcase this, because we're starting to hit these points where there is there's no point of return now. The amount of alcoholism is starting to hit a point of no return now. The amount of substance abuse, you're starting to see it in people's presentations when they are on TikTok and stuff like that. Because you're seeing people who are now looking for other ways to maximize or monetize things like that. And now it's showcasing that, hey, life ain't really that sweet out here for a lot of folks. And because of that happening right now, you're seeing people more aggressive, more asking for tips or like aggressive about whatever they're doing, you know, and just pissed off. So this past little celebration, that just showcased everybody's overindulging that, how much this year like really whooped a lot of people's asses, you know. And so, but a lot of people don't want to clean up their mess. A lot of people don't want to take accountability and clean up their own mess. And it shows internally, externally. That's why I want to show this one, because this is an external accounting of what it is, because it really is that way.
Crossroads of the world, at least 1 million people, they say, gathered to say hello. 2025.
and overnight, crews worked to clean up all the mess they left behind. And because it was soaked with the rain, that's making it just that much more difficult. Oh, yeah. Let's check.
I would leave all that shit there. I would leave all that shit there. And make it difficult. Hey, y'all don't want to clean up after yourself? That y'all, it's that bad that y'all can't even clean up after yourself.
Check in with Today New York's Romney Smith to see how they did and whether she got that hand sanitizer. Romney.
Good morning to both of you and Happy New Year. Yes, I did get the hand sanitizer because
these news stations, brothers and sisters, they are hiring. They are hiring. We are inside of every single one of these news, if all across the country. That's why I'm showcasing. It's a lot more to it that you can see that every one of these places on these news channels is heavily amounts of us people that look like us.
I don't know what was on that confetti that I touched. So I can tell you, driving into Times Square this morning, we saw sanitation crews hard at work, and they say they will continue until the job is done. Discarded party hats, confetti, fast food containers, balled up ponchos, and more lining the ground in and around Times Square after the ball drop to ring in 2025. The cleanup process takes a small army of people to get done and begins when the massive crowd starts clearing out. Now, some barricades are still up right now to make sure the ball drop zone is quartered off while crews clean it up after 1 million people waited in the rain to experience ringing in the new year at the crossroads of the world. Now, last year, sanitation crews cleaned up around 53 tons of trash on New Year's Day. People who came from near and far say they didn't mind the large crowds, the rain, or the trash. Take a listen.
It's undescribable. I couldn't be more excited.
With the rain even?
Even with the rain.
I'm here with my daughter and my brother, and we're just celebrating bringing in the new year 2025.
Now, by the numbers, the Department of Sanitation tells us it takes 300 people, 45 mechanical brooms, 64 hand brooms, 63 backpack blowers, and 33 collection trucks to clean up all of the mess after the big celebration. Now, crews also tell us they should be done by sunrise. You see them hard at work right now cleaning the street, and they'll continue. Sunrise is at 7:20 this morning. A pretty big accomplishment if they get that done. Also, that New Yorkers can get back to work and tourists can enjoy New York City without seeing remnants of New Year's Eve. That's pretty impressive. We are live in
It's always remnants. You never see remnants. It ain't even gotta be New Year's Eve. It's like that. Not even no damn New Year's Eve. It's like that without no New Year's Eve, lady. What are you talking about, lady? What are you talking about, lady? But that's what it's coming to. Just the mentality of people is that now people are disgusting. Now these folks are disgusting. I'm gonna tell you a story. I'm gonna just go ahead and put my face on there. Why is that? I don't know why that they're not. Let me look, because I don't know why, sister. That is definitely troubling. That is weird. I see what you're talking about. That shouldn't be the case. That's something I'm gonna have to look into. Of why that is the case. Yeah, sister's not showing up for some reason. I'm gonna have to. It's not like you're muted or nothing like that. You're a moderator on there too. But why is it not showing up on here? Because so yeah, I'm gonna have to look that up and find out why I would even do that. That is very weird, sister. Not for sure. It's very interesting because I've had somebody else say that too. So, but yeah, these folks nasty. These folks nasty, y'all. These folks nasty, y'all. I was during COVID. I remember cleaning up somebody's house. This was the third house I had cleaned up, and it was like soggy. The fact that that's why I came up with the word soggy, because the only thing I thought about was like soggy and dirty. I was like, ugh. I thought about this lady's house that I had to clean up. It was her and her dude, and it was like an inch and a half thick of soggy Captain Crunch that layered their whole shower. Now, mind that there was no jobs during COVID. So a brother had to do what a brother had to do. I cleaned that shower, and I cleaned it fucking spick and span. You know, they gave me a tip. They gave me a tip of a water and a nature's valley. That was my tip. The humble shit I've had to do in my life. That was the worst that I ever had to clean. But that just goes to show that when you're in these people's houses, it's disgusting. I cleaned the lady's house who had so much cat. I'm talking about cat. The whole house was a CAT. Anyways, but just the fact that we had to go around, that's phenomenal business. I say that because it's a phenomenal business that I probably should have took advantage of. But COVID just like, it's like, I needed more stability than what I was dealing with though. But lo and behold, if I'd had that stability at the time, it would have been like on and cracking, you know, just because the amount of people who don't know how to clean, who can't clean, who are really just lazy. You have people who are disabled, who need assistance. I had no problem helping my elders out that were like that. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times, you know, then you got some people who be faking the funk. You just lazy as shit. Like you ain't even like, oh, I'm just like you ain't even got out and try to get no breath of fresh air. You know, there are people who be just acting like they. It's just crazy. I don't know. Anyway, I don't even know how I came to that, but sogginess and how keeping things, this cleanliness is next to godliness. And I was cleaning these people's places and they were, you know, so appreciative. And I say that is because, you know, sometimes you're going to do a job you just really don't want to do. Sometimes you're going to have to do something that you really don't want to do, but you need to do it. You got to do it because of the circumstance. That's not something I wanted to do, but at the time, I needed to do it because I didn't realize how COVID was going to turn the city and my family and friends into. So, but I learned a lot from that, you know. And when I show you the video of the lady who stabbed a lady over $2 over pizza because you brought her pizza cold and you was late because you was messing with a dude. You see what I'm saying? So you're not even on your job, you know. You couldn't wait to get penis until, and you couldn't wait to get the sausage until after you deliver the sausage. That's how impulsively desperate people are. They have to get their kicks off and whatever their 7 deadly sin is. But she stabbed a lady, went to envy because She wasn't in the position to be able to tip somebody. She was in the position where she needed to be tipped and needed to rely on that tip. And when she didn't get her way, do you love me when I still tell you no? When you do a bad job. And so she didn't want to take that, and her pride wouldn't allow her to do that. And somebody gassed her ego up and said, you better go get your money. And she went back and tried to rob her of $13. And now she's about to spend the rest of her life in that, over that. It's not that serious. It's not that deep. It's in the test that the Most High puts you under of how much appreciation, thanks, and grace and mercy that you have for the circumstance. And when people take it and it's become so sensationalized because of money, it's changed the pendulum of people's moral compass. Not knowing that me cleaning that house would have turned into 97 more places that I cleaned. I cleaned 100 places during COVID, but lo and behold, right after that experience was blessings. You see what I'm saying? Just in the midst of things that we may look at and be like, oh man, this is horrible. I want to, this is whatever. We don't ever see past the pixel, and I'm trying to help people to encourage it. It's going to, your faith is always going to be tested, and that faith of a mustard seed is where you have to rely on your ability to just stay focused and disciplined, and just dropping one drop of water on that seed. Drop one drop of water on that seed. Keep that faith that you are going to get to the place that you are going to be at in your life. A lot of times it is easy to give up. It is easy to quit and stop. But we're seeing how we have persevered and we have mastered the power of all of that we've overcome and gone through. We have to pat ourselves on the back. And a lot of this stuff is just rolls off the back now. It just rolls off of the shoulders. But I have to show the stark contrast as far as the perpetuation of particular people throughout history, and how they were perceived as, oh, they can never do no wrong, or nothing ever wrong does happen. When we're now in an era of where there's a camera everywhere, and you're starting to see everything so much more prevalent. So it's just like, damn, none of this stuff can be hidden no more. It has to be, what do we have to talk about? We have to discuss it, So I know it's very much a different time that we're living in, that the showcasing of people who can't handle these type of pressures, they're going off on the way much more farther end of things and committing these crimes, and they're embarrassed by this stuff. The stuff that's now happening on their side right now is embarrassing. No different from the Luigi Mangini. These people are embarrassed that their own white crime is now being seen out and is being talked and discussed on a very serious manner. They're embarrassed by this.
And it's completely out of touch, and it's an insult to the intelligence of the American people and the lived experience.
Throwing your ass in there quick, because you ain't finna be out here embarrassing us. What's wrong with you? Dash cam footage shows man backs of the police car, jacking up his whole car, just mad and pissed off. You didn't hit a federal car, you evading, all of that stuff. You didn't jack up your whole vehicle. You got to pay $500 a month on the car note. Now you about to get locked up. Now you can't afford it. Now that's been to be sold. The kind of conduct and embarrassing things that are going on right now. That don't look like us. Don't look like nobody look like us. I don't know about y'all, but yeah, these things are happening at a whole different rate right now. At a whole different rate. I don't even know if those videos play. I couldn't even tell. I couldn't even tell if those videos played. Shalom, brother. I see you up on the TikTok. Did those videos play? I don't know. I don't know if my chat is moving or not. Is it? Restart it. There we go. Anyways. But yeah. When you're having a take from your neighbor, like all of them are taking from their own neighbor. Like in the worst way. Doing to their own neighbors in the worst way.
We do have breaking news on a story we told you about a short time ago. The man convicted of killing two teenage girls in Delphi, Indiana, just received the maximum sentence, 130 years. Richard Allen was convicted in the 2017 murders of 13-year-old Abigail Williams and 14-year-old Liberty German. Again, Richard Allen sentenced to 130 years in prison.
It can't work. How you gonna keep society up? How you gonna keep society up? Said it was a bad damn joke. And these people going after all of these folks, getting mad because they're not being able to get their way. You're starting to see people who are seeing them not get their way, and they're acting out. Everybody who's not getting their way is starting to showcase. This lady didn't get her damn way. Like they don't even love their holidays no more. Everything is just unenjoyable anymore. You know, it's unenjoyable.
Are investigating a case of identity theft tonight. They say to be on the lookout for this woman right here. According to police, she used a stolen ID to withdraw thousands of dollars. It was spread out across multiple credit union branches. Police say the suspect is in her 40s. She was last seen driving a 2025 Camry, Toyota Camry that is, with temporary tags. So be on the lookout for her.
I'm showcasing this is because there are a lot of people having to go back and take care of family members, and those family members have a large amount of wealth. And so you're starting to see people who are, conducting themselves as caregivers, and, just like the movie I Care a Lot, as people, trying to assume the position of somebody's conservatorship. And so people are taking it upon themselves, whether they try to give themselves legal authorization as the executor over people's estate and stuff like that. People are looking for a come up. People are looking for a come up. However they got to get it. These people are looking for any type of come up and hustle. I show you this is because this is an example of something that actually did happen in comparison to a girl who was playing around, trying to do it for clout, and say that she was getting kidnapped, and this became a botched kidnapping.
Anyways, I'm gonna keep hooking this up. I'll catch you guys later.
So you got a bunch of people keep playing around with their lives out in these regions. You got to understand these people don't know who they family did, but when they go to these other regions, they don't know what anybody else could have done to these people to keep them with the historical remembrance of what anybody who looks like his people did to their people on their land. So people don't forget shit. and you're going off into these regions and conducting yourself and behaving however you want to. And, you're now being looked at as a come up everywhere around the world now. You're not getting away with just enjoying yourself wherever you go, whatever you want to do. However you go about life right now, you're going about it and you are being triggered, you're being targeted, you're being manipulated, you're being forced, and it's all off of your ego.
Murder in New Jersey. ITMate's Cody Fisher has the details on their capture in Greenwood.
These are the 4 men accused of killing 35-year-old Kuldeep Kumar, and according to court documents, they're his family. All 4 men are charged with murder and conspiracy to commit murder. The court documents don't say how they're related to Kumar, but this one, 23-year-old Surav Kumar, shares the same last name. According to the Ocean County Prosecutor's Office in New Jersey, Kumar's body was found on December 14th, badly decomposed in a wildlife management area an hour and a half east of Philadelphia. Court documents show he was likely murdered the week before Thanksgiving. The autopsy revealed he'd been shot in the chest. The prosecutor in New Jersey says the FBI helped identify him and track down these 4 men to Greenwood, leading to their arrest last Friday. Court documents show 3 of the men live in this house in Greenwood. I knocked on the door, but nobody answered. From what I could see through the window in the front door, there was no furniture. I submitted a records request with the prosecutor's office in New Jersey to get a more detailed description of the evidence that led to the murder charges for these 4, but I have not gotten that request back. All 4 of these men have an extradition hearing scheduled for Friday. The prosecutor in New Jersey wants to bring them back there so they can face these charges. For ITMate, I'm Cody.
I show this because there's I show this because regardless of whoever it is, there's a lot of feathers getting, ruffled. There's a lot of feathers getting ruffled. Even with the whole Trump thing right now, they got these people having conversations even with their own people. Then these are all the different peoples. From Asians to Indians, everybody is having these conversations within themselves of how much of their legitimacy is, or are you telling, or are you down for the cause, or are you this or that, or anything like that. Because now people are scared about their livelihood. So now because of that, people are going into desperate mode. People are either getting desperate or they're just blowing the horn and they're just like whistleblowing. I showcase this because you got people who are coming out to the forefront, but just like all of this information that just came out, you're starting to see people who don't look like us start to show up and be, placed in the same similarity, I guess, the same context of conversation, I guess. But we're like, oh, no, hold up, no, we're not involved in it. We're not at these companies. And if we are, we're the only one there. Y'all make it a point. Y'all make it apparent. So, yeah, we don't know nothing about what's going on. So the fact that I'm starting to see people who are coming out and speaking about all of these different industries from the ins and outs that are going on. Yeah. These are good things. Keep saying what needs to be said. Because now it's putting people who are in these positions, who have been having these positions, take advantage of these positions. You got people who get into, professions to become a better criminal. You got people who do join professions to become a better criminal, a better version of themselves. Truly do. People put on a fucking happy face all day, every day. This ain't it's a regular face in Arkansas. This is a regular face in Iowa. The amount of shit that goes on in these people's houses that I witnessed even during COVID. That's why it made me change. Like, huh? What? These people were arguing their ass off. And then the amount of money that was being lost. That's what made me like it changed my life at that point now. Because I started seeing everybody else's life fall apart who did not look like us. And the people that was like me start to heal and start to learn more, start to get downloads and signals, and started seeing more 111s and 333s and whatever, And so I started just navigating and following the trail. And everything from the moment that I had come into contact with anything that was different than our normalcy was since 4 years old. And in the moment that I actually went on my journey, that changed. But when we speak about that, we talk about that, it's all taboo. That's what people don't want to. Oh, we don't need to be talking about that no more. We don't need to be doing that. Your own people will make you seem like you're a bad person. But when new people come out, it gets covered up. And then when they start having their own qualms and quarrels, they start suing, they start exposing. You start seeing these things happening. And that's a good thing, because these people cozied up with each other and they truly trusted themselves, but they're just so evil and diabolical, no matter who they are, no matter which one. Because ain't none of y'all showed me nothing different. Ain't nothing been shown different. So until that becomes the case, you're still in the hot seat.
General Todd Rokita is suing 6 used car dealerships for deceptive practices. Rokita's office says the Indiana dealerships did not deliver vehicles with proper titles or sold ones that weren't roadworthy. Some dealers are also accused of selling vehicles that don't belong to them, failing to make payoffs, or selling cars without a dealer's license. Indiana Attorney General Todd Rokita is suing 6.
Everything is being exposed as it is supposed to. Everything is being exposed as it is supposed to. Nothing is being not uncovered. You're going to see a lot of people on the side of the road. They didn't put all of their savings. They got their little, income tax check. You got people really struggling. People ain't been able to sleep, getting mauled and terrorized from one little incident, one little event. And to us, it may be minute, but to them, it may be just like the rocking of the whole world. And now you're seeing them start to get into other little hustles and stuff like that. Mother Nature and Father God is not playing. Our angels are not playing around. You're seeing people get into some really deep stuff. All of everything that was covered is now coming to light. Everything that we weren't privy to, these people were more than willing and privy, giving us the opening to it. Giving us the complete opening to it. Hold on one second. I'll reshare it back. Man, there's so much going on. Oh no. Hold up. Go back out. That still should have played. Can y'all hear me? No? Yeah? No? Still should be good. Oh, wait, that is not playing. Let's see.
Colorado becomes the second state in the country to legalize psychedelic therapy. Coloradans voted to legalize the therapeutic use of psilocybin, the chemical.
Huh? What else is playing? I thought I was tripping.
Compound found in psychedelic mushrooms back in 2022.
Denver 7's Sally Jenner-John is joining us now, and businesses can start applying for licenses to give the drugs, but it's still going to be months before it's actually available for treatment.
Yeah, and that's because all of those applications will need to be processed. The earliest they're expected to open healing centers isn't until June. And once they are open, patients will have to go through a risk assessment, prelim meetings, follow-up sessions, and they have to be with a facilitator while under the influence. The drug will also be tested, and the companies that grow it will be regulated by a state agency.
The legalization of psychedelic therapy in Colorado is a game changer for therapists like myself, who are constantly searching for more ways to help our clients heal from debilitating conditions like depression, anxiety, addiction, and PTSD.
Now, despite the various safety measures and support from thousands of veterans who say it greatly helps with PTSD, some conservative leaders are hesitant, citing cases where the drug has heightened other mental health conditions. In Colorado Springs, their local government already passed a measure to keep healing centers 1 mile from schools and daycares since they cannot legally ban the facilities.
I, for one, do not feel very comfortable with being on the cutting edge, maybe even the bleeding edge of how to experiment with it in the community. And so I feel pretty strongly that we should exercise our ability at this time to enact some zoning requirements.
Now, psilocybin is already decriminalized in Colorado, and now it can only legally be found at licensed businesses. And again, if users are using it, they have to be with a facilitator while under the influence of the drug. Reporting live, Ali.
Well. well. He's looking at these people trying to get real creative with all of the natural things of the earth. Oh, we're just trying to get all extra. Yeah. Cut it out. Y'all do these things for political gain and try to, pivot these things up, cozy these things up with, agendas that you got hitting on. Well, as much as y'all still sit there and play tug of war with each other's taint, instead of allowing the people who are of this nation, of this land, to be able to do and be a part of any of these processes. The fact that you guys still got to go through these regulatory problems right now, that's not going to help you guys, not one bit, because all it's going to do is just delay and stale and stall out and create the amount of, restriction and backlog, stagnation, and as far as in any type of growth. The fact that Colorado is definitely one of those more progressive states, though. So I think I'm just kind of like being a little extra on it, but that's only because if they're very apprehensive already and very timid like that, they don't know what the hell they're doing. They don't know what the hell they're talking about, and trying to use it for all of the wrong reasons. Yeah, but it's being shown now. I just want to highlight that because you got a lot of people out here who are so said to be veterans out here on the streets and stuff like that. And so I'm trying to provide a way to assist, brothers and sisters out here. It's interesting. It's interesting the type of solicitation that is going on for folks to, they're soliciting our services like, oh yeah, we need help. We need help with these things. Because people are out here drunk as hell, driving and all that stuff. No. Like I said, you're seeing a massive amount of alcohol and pills.
Was investigating after a pedestrian was killed during a hit and run in Washington County. That incident occurred around 12:01 a.m. Monday on U.S. Highway 82 West near Leland. Troopers say that a vehicle was traveling west on the highway when it collided with 30-year-old Janisha O'Neill. She received fatal injuries from the crash and was pronounced dead at the scene. Troopers say that the vehicle that left the scene may be a black sedan with recent damage to the front passenger side. You're asked to contact MHP if you can help in their investigation.
Need help in their investigations because you have people who have committed these actual Was this 1 hour ago? No, that wasn't 1 hour ago. Was it 1 hour ago? Nope, that was a day ago. But yeah, there's a lot of activity that is happening right now. As far as earthquake activity, it was a 4.7 earthquake that hit Northern California. More quakes in Southern California. The Ethiopian rift, that's opening back up. You know, I haven't even showed that. Let me take that off. But you're starting to see so much activity. And when you start having earthquakes and lava, then you start getting crystals and gems. You start getting the formulations of phenomenal things we never know. Because if things are happening right now, we may see crystals and gems that we have never seen right now. So it's very exciting to see this amount of activity volcanically and eruptive wise with earthquakes. Just cascading down every single tectonic plate that's out there. Every one of these tectonic plates are just going in right now. It's just amazing. It's just amazing. You know, you're getting not only that, you're getting the amount of weather that's the whole freezing over of everything. It's gonna make me watch this because I don't even know. But there's a major uptick. It's a major uptick in all of this activity. I need to look at the weather and see how that's going to turn out to be. The housing crisis. Matter of fact, I'll play that one. Matter of fact, let's go around the world real quick before we even get to that. Let's go ahead and look at that map. Let's see what's going on. There was fireworks, a bunch of fireworks. Yeah, storm, tsunami, earthquake, the human shield thing, whatever that is. Legos, the Cybertruck blowing up, chemical spill in New Mexico at the Cheesecake Factory. Who's spilling chemicals at the Cheesecake Factory? 10 leads in the car rams in Bourbon Street. Yeah, we know about that. Tourist helicopter tilts over near the seawall, Galveston, Texas. You have still closed out there. That's the latest news. That's still there. Still ain't opening. There's no power. Puerto Rico still. There is a lot of activity. See, when I was talking about that neighborly thing ain't too neighborly. Serial demonstrations, mass movements. You're getting clashes of people all over the place. And it's raining, you got storms and everything. Like, people are pissed in all these regions, and they feel completely short-sighted and dissatisfied with all that is happening. Hydropower, you got earthquakes all along there. That was a 5.0. That's a volcanic eruption right on that plate. And we were just talking about not too long ago, that whole little region. When you start seeing these bubbles get that way, like that, yeah, that gets serious. Papua New Guinea, all of this region is literally shaking and it's wet. And all that weather is just like the movie La Palma when you're decreasing decreasing the intensity of these volcanic plates, the volcanic walls, the just rock in general. When you're super soaking all of this stuff, yeah, you're going to cause a lot of integrity to fall. Australia is all the way completely on fire. It never fails. Every time this year, this place is literally scorched. Doesn't matter where it's at. Chemical spill. Extreme rain. But it's like crazy rain that it's just unheard of rain. Like they don't got no videos on it out here right now, but I'm gonna find some stuff. But if you got extreme rain with the drought and stuff like that, like it's not looking good. But it's burning even the islands. But this earthquake right here, ain't no telling what's going on with any of these parts right now. All these places are being shut down. There's major incidences where people got to watch themselves. Hold on. What is that? Stabbings. There's civil unrest everywhere. I mean, obviously, but I'm looking at these volcanoes. I'm looking at these places where they shouldn't be happening and they are actually happening. Like we just seen in the video, like they're neighbors. You know what I'm saying? You got China and all of that region right there. And they sitting here arguing over land that ain't nobody using, ain't nobody out there, ain't nobody just chilling. But it's a problem, you know? It's a problem out there, and they're not bringing that up and talking about that. So while you have people that may actually unite, there's people that may not, because there's still chaos and confusion going on in all of these regions. What is this? What is happening in Nairobi? I know this is the earthquake. It's 19 earthquakes. Well, really, it would probably be 18 because one of them is the actual indicator of it. But a space incident, Kenya investigating fallen space debris. Hold on, go back. View details. Kenyan officials said they are investigating fragments of metal believed to be from a rocket that crashed into a village in the country's south. The issue of space trash has risen in tandem with increased spatial traffic. Kenya Space Agency said the object, a metallic ring, roughly 2.5 meters, 8 feet in diameter and weighing from 1,100 pounds, crashed into Mukuku village of Makueni County on December 30th. Working alongside other agencies, local authorities secured the area and retrieved the debris. So there's a lot of stuff falling. They're talking about, past examples of man-made human space debris hitting Earth include parts of SpaceX Dragon capsule landing on an Australian sheep farm in 2022. And earlier this year, NASA faced a lawsuit from an American family whose Florida home was hit by a piece of falling metal. China has also been criticized by NASA for allowing its giant Long March rockets to fall back on to Earth after orbit. So that's pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting. What's over here in the Congo? They still got that dang fever, or that, what is that? Unknown fever kills 143. That was on the 3rd. What is the last? Now they're talking about it's influenza. All throughout Africa is on fire. What's this going on in Sudan? Epidemic. It's a human epidemic. 1,316 deaths from cholera. You got it's just on fire all the way up there. And let's go up to they trying to keep it quiet out here. What's going on? So that's mass displacement migration, 27 migrants. Everybody's moving all over the place. You got people who are shifting all over the place. Like you're getting immigrants everywhere. Like nothing's being left off of the plate right now. So much going on right now. Everybody's being displaced wherever they are. Flats evacuated, emergency refugee center, devastating flooding. The amount of flooding in these areas is bad. Quiet is kept. U.S. cold weather map, UK cold map turned icy blue hours. It's brutal. -9 degrees Celsius. How cold is that? How cold is -9 degrees Celsius? Anybody know that? Does anybody know how cold that is? You got Germany. What's going on in Germany? And all these firework experiments, all these trying to celebrate these holidays with all of these defective celebratory devices and stuff. You know, like everybody around the world is migrating at the end of the day. Mass displacement or migration. Everybody's place is going through massive amounts of chaos, but we don't see it or we don't hear about it like that. You know what I'm saying? You had all these little La Palma out here somewhere. But if you look, you still got Iceland is still erupting. And that whole plate literally is split down. All the way down. And it goes right across. Right here. That's where it all goes across. You've seen all of Africa, all of that earthquake activity. They just went through a major shaking. All of this is getting shooken up. That's bad. This is not good areas for this to be happening. It's happening. I mean, it's good, great glory, but there's clusters of these things happening. So I just wanted to showcase that. But if you look at where these are all happening at, they're happening on these plates. They're happening in the deepest of the plates. All these is happening at the deepest of the plates where they used to be out, what I used to read out in books growing up and stuff like that of, oh, these are the dangerous spots. Oh, these are the scary spots. Excuse me, y'all. So I just wanted to highlight that. I'm gonna leave that alone. Let me see, make sure I ain't leaving nothing out. A lot of these other videos is, that's what we're getting. Is major activity. We're getting a phenomenal.
Police in Alaska, people in Alaska rather, don't need fireworks to brighten the night sky to celebrate the new year. Mother Nature providing a spectacular display at a remote northern part of the state. Look at this gorgeous show. Dazzling aurora spread throughout the state, and pictures of purple, green, and pink were just everywhere. What a great way to start the new year.
Yeah, what a great way. 14 vehicle involved in chain reaction crash in Arlington. You got all of these crashes going on. Who mama is that? I sure didn't bring that up. everybody's more than welcome to pop up and share their thoughts about what they got going on in their area, what they see, and that's 15 degrees Fahrenheit. Wow. That's cold. That's cold.
And is behind bars after the FBI says they caught him with hundreds of explosives. The FBI says 36-year-old Brad Kenneth Spafford had more than 150 explosive devices, saying this is one of the largest collections of explosives seized by the FBI in history. Authorities arrested the Isle of Wight County man 2 weeks ago on December 17th. Listen to this. Court documents say Spafford first landed on the FBI's radar in January 2023 after a neighbor reported Spafford lost 3 fingers on his right hand while working on a homemade explosive device. The neighbor said Spafford was also stockpiling weapons and homemade ammunition. Documents say investigators found highly explosive bomb-making materials in Spafford's freezer and pipe bombs in a bedroom stored in a backpack that said "No Lives Matter." Investigators say they also found an unregistered short barrel rifle and a book with recipes detailing how to make grenades. Spafford is at Western Tidewater Regional Jail facing gun charges.
So this is their working class, blue collar, regular, typical, everybody knows them in the community. These guys are getting stretched for all of their crimes. And Biden is trying to do the best he can to try to get some of these criminals out because they know that their numbers are gone and they're dwindling. So it's like they're trying to find ways to find loopholes to get around that because they didn't already convicted us and had us in these books already. So they're trying to find ways to kind of manipulate that and get around that. But our very intelligent brothers and sisters out there in the legal system are like, no. You just can't bypass what you just did to these brothers and sisters over here. So you can kind of, shortchange us to be able to uphold what y'all been doing. No. Because they realize how jacked up they didn't put that in. So you got a lot of law and legislation on the ballots right now.
And that means there are new court cases headed to the Supreme Court. Joining us this morning with what cases to watch out for is 90s legal expert Whitney Traylor. Whitney, good morning.
Good morning, Jordan.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Here we are. We made it.
Yep, and we got to talk about the important stuff that's still to come. So before we get into the actual cases, it seems like the Supreme Court is taking on fewer cases this time around. What do you make of that?
Yeah, that's a great point, and that's really the reality. So in order for a case to get to the Supreme Court, you have to file a writ of certiorari. So you don't always get to the Supreme Court. They accept, they get over 1,000 writs a year and they accept less than 100. So it's very few. This year, they're actually accepting much less than they normally do, like half of the cases that they normally do. And some people will say, well, that means that they're going to be a pacifist court. They're not going to be an activist court. They're not going to try and make law. They're just looking at issues strictly for their constitutionality, whether it's constitutional or not. So I think we're going to see less cases this year, which means it's going to be a little bit of a pacifist court.
What they have decided to put on their docket, what are some of the cases that are still standing out to you?
Well, there's a number of big ones. Obviously, the biggest one, which is, well, not necessarily the biggest one, but something coming up in January is the TikTok ban.
People would argue that is a big one.
Right. Yeah, it's very significant. And so the court has accepted writ. They asked for briefs to be submitted by January 10th. And they're going to hear, and they're supposed to rule by the 19th, because if TikTok is not sold by the 19th, this ban is supposed to go into effect. So we're going to be looking out for that. There's also a case dealing with ghost guns. Those are guns that are created without a serial number, so from a number of parts or whatever. And so the ATF, the question is, should arms, tobacco, and firearms be able to regulate those ghost guns? That's going to be a really big case because there's at least 20,000 ghost guns out there. And then there's a case dealing with what we call reverse discrimination, where a heterosexual woman didn't get a position in favor of a gay man, and she claims it was reverse discrimination based on Title VII. So the court's going to accept that case, or going to hear argument, I think, in February on that case. So that's going to be really interesting to see, because if the court rules in her favor, that could really change the trajectory of civil rights law in terms of of these kind of reverse discrimination claims.
Right. You were talking about TikTok a little bit earlier. That deadline, of course, coming up very quickly with what
Yes.
you were just talking about there. That one gets a little bit interesting, though, because now you have President-elect Donald Trump, of course, not in office, but who has asked the Supreme Court to kind of hold off on this.
Yes, that's a great point. And so you look at the new administration, and at first he actually implemented the ban when he was in office for the first time. Now he's met with the TikTok executives, and he's saying, well, let's wait and see. So that's going to be very significant, because if the administration says, no, let's go forward with TikTok, and they're very business oriented, they're looking at deregulation, then if that's the case, then I could see TikTok going forward and the U.S. working with them in some way.
Yeah, so fewer cases, but as you mentioned, TikTok, ghost guns, and gender affirming care, all very impactful cases for people across the country.
Yeah, so we got to look out, and I'll be back in 2025 to talk about them, how they decide these cases.
All right, well, we always look forward to that, Whitney.
Yep. It's going to be a very eventful year, y'all. It's going to be a very eventful year. And I just like to put these things in front of us, in front of our people, so we can, take what you will from it. I try to make these informative as possible. Thank everybody for, tuning in, tapping in, and, subscribing and following and sharing the video with as many people in the nation as possible. To any of your brothers and sisters out there who may not be in the nation, who is just still out there in these streets and stuff like that, who may be on the fringes. However somebody can get this information, I want this to be like our Black News channel, that we are able to get a nice, intricate perspective about the information that is out here, because we need to keep our eyes open, and our eyes need to be clear. We need to keep our ears open. We need to get all that beeswax out. Beeswax from not minding our own business. Taking everybody else's plight on as ours. What? I think I got one more. I'm gonna leave it at that.
It's sold as the American dream.
It's one of my biggest goals in life.
The yard, the white picket fence. But for thousands in Connecticut,
I really would love to find a home.
owning a home now looks and feels like an impossible dream.
Everything's expensive.
From the biggest hurdles buyers are facing,
Too many people chasing too few houses.
to how certain regulations could be adding thousands to the cost of homes. The I-Team goes in depth on the state's housing crisis in an Eyewitness News special presentation.
Welcome to The Impossible Dream, taking a look at Connecticut's housing crisis. I'm Chief Investigative Reporter Sam Smink. Navigating the housing market these days feels like playing a game of Monopoly you're destined to lose. You roll the dice and might land on the property you want, but that money in the bank isn't enough, and you don't collect $200 every time you pass go. And the people we talk to say you're lucky if you even get a turn.
I love the porch and the little land. It just sits so perfectly.
For Rowan Bard, the house across the street represents what she hopes to have one day.
It's one of my biggest goals in life. It's one of my biggest dreams. I would love to be a homeowner.
But even at 30 years old, she's not confident she'll reach that dream anytime soon.
Unfortunately, it just doesn't seem like it's going to be an option for me if things keep going the way they are. The costs have just soared.
It's all like drawing the go to jail card every time. First, you have the cost of homes going up. In fact, in Connecticut, the median price of a home rose 44% in 4 years, going from $271,000 in 2019 to more than $389,000 in 2023. Then come the mortgage rates, which currently sit between 6 to 7%. Add in inflation, higher property insurance prices, cost of living expenses, players aren't moving.
There's a lot of discouragement because of that.
Bridget Russell sees the discouragement every day through her work with Neighborhood Housing Services of New Haven.
Our job is really working with prospective customers who want to purchase homes, and also existing homeowners who might be distressed behind in their mortgage and they're trying to save their home.
Russell's job as director of the Home Ownership Center is to bring optimism and options.
We have home buyer education classes, landlord training, financial boot camp, we're going to talk about the different down payment and closing cost programs that are available.
She says most people don't know where to begin or what financial resources are even available to them. Resources like the Federal Home Loan Bank, which can provide up to $30,000 in grants or assistance, state programs like Time to Own, which can give first-time home buyers up to $50,000 in forgivable loans. Even the town or city you want to move to might have something, Russell says.
If you're going to buy in New Haven, the Livable City Initiatives has their program up to $20,000. I know Camden has a program as well.
And these programs, in many cases, can be used together.
Sometimes people could get maybe $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 worth of down payment and closing cost assistance, which can make all the difference.
Russell says the programs can only make a difference if they're properly funded. For example, the Federal Home Loan Bank program often opens in April, but typically runs out of money by August. And even though the state's Time to Own program just added $40 million, Russell doesn't expect the money to last long.
So if it runs out while you're looking, that's unfortunate. And that's why, one of the things that I'm always going to advocate for is as many down payment and closing cost programs as we can have.
Her goal is to make sure people like Rowan Bard.
Do you think you'll ever own a home?
I really hope so. I really hope I can get there. I'm trying to save up.
Won't have to give up on their dream.
Now, with many of these programs, you have to have a home first. But that's the problem. There aren't enough places to live. And when that happens, prices keep rising. Take this game of Monopoly. If every space is full, no matter where on the board, you'll have to pay, usually a set amount. In real life, owners can charge whatever they want because you have nowhere to move.
I decided to give my friend the ultimate housewarming gift, a perfectly organized laundry room.
As a professional organizer, Alexis Gwynn likes to make sure everything has its place. Unfortunately, she has no control over the mess she says she's found looking for her first home.
I have been searching for 3 years. It has been brutal.
Gwynn says she's made offers, about 10 of them, but is outbid every time.
Every home I have bid on, I've bid it over minimum 10K. Minimum.
The prices keep going up and up. Her realtor, John Sabretsky III, says, simply because there aren't enough houses to go around.
For example, in Weathersfield, 2 weeks ago I sold a home on Clark Ridge. There were 17 offers, so we beat out 16 other competitors. It went for $140,000 over asking.
There's too many people chasing too few houses.
Housing advocate Sean Guillot says that while national economics do play a part in this housing crisis, Connecticut has a supply problem.
The main pressure is still supply. You could lower rates to where they were few years ago, and you're still going to have unaffordable homes.
A recent study by the Connecticut Housing Finance Authority found Connecticut would need to build more than 169,000 units for low-income residents and more than 101,000 for middle income to meet the demand in the state for affordable housing. In fact, Connecticut has one of the lowest rates of new home building in the country.
I don't think there's enough going on.
Greg Ugaldi is a local developer and the former president of the National Association of Home Builders, or NAHB.
It's expensive because of the land cost and materials.
There's also a shortage of construction workers in Connecticut, so labor costs factor in as well. But Greg says when you look at the price of new home construction,
the price goes up tremendously when you complicate things.
He says regulations, federal, state, and local, play a big role.
We actually did a study that everybody is citing now around the country, that when you look at the price of a home after construction, it's actually close to a quarter is due to regulatory compliance.
The 2021 NAHB study Greg mentioned showed on average regulations account for more than $93,000, 24% of the average sales price of a single-family home, valued at more than $394,000. Regulatory costs could include more than $6,000 applying for zoning approvals to more than $24,000 for changes in building codes over the past years. Ugaldi says the city doesn't argue that all regulation is bad. It suggests policymakers should reduce or eliminate unnecessary regulations.
It would be eye-opening when people realized how much of that maybe didn't go to the kitchen counters or cabinets or really adding value to the home.
It all adds up, Ugaldi says, keeping buyers like Alexis Gwynn where they are.
Could someone build some houses in Connecticut? Good square footage, garage, and then I'll have to remodel the whole thing.
We are just talking about building single homes. People we spoke with say it's a lot harder when you want to build multifamily housing. We'll explain why after the break. When it comes to new construction, Connecticut currently averages about 4,000 to 5,000 permits a year, but almost the same amount of proposed projects are denied. Experts say it's because of unnecessary local zoning restrictions.
Yeah, I'm just a normal 33-year-old. I like exercising and yoga and things like that, aside from working. No kids.
And like many other people living in Connecticut, Ashley Dos Santos is having a hard time finding an apartment that isn't a financial drain.
It was really difficult to find anything affordable. Anything more than a one-bedroom was pretty much over $2,000, which is just not doable.
Don't even get her started on looking for a home.
The conversation has come up with me and my boyfriend, but we haven't even began looking just because of the market and what we hear.
They've heard there are too many people chasing too few homes. While there's no simple solution to the housing crisis in Connecticut, housing advocates, attorneys, even lawmakers suggest the state can start by building more multifamily housing in all shapes and sizes, including condos, duplexes, triplexes, and apartment buildings. But the problem, according to those same people, is that towns and cities don't make it easy.
We leave it to the towns to decide where and when housing is going to be built, and they are very restrictive for many, many years.
The concept is that we have 169 municipalities, and each one is its own little kingdom. You could be right next door to one another, and you have different requirements.
Around 91% of Connecticut land is zoned to allow construction of single-family homes as of right, meaning they can be built without the need for public review or special approval.
When it comes to multifamily housing, it's much harder because of minimum land size requirements. Most towns require at least 1 acre per home. That's slightly less than a football field. Half require 2 acres, about a football field and a half. It's rare, but some even require 5 acres. That's more than 3.5 football fields.
It's very hard to get the more affordable, denser multifamily housing put in.
In Woodbridge, for example, civil rights organization Open Communities Alliance, % of the town allows for multifamily housing. They are suing the town after asking the town's zoning commission to change their laws.
What was actually proposed in Woodbridge was a rezoning that would allow small-scale multifamily housing to go into single-family lots as long as they comply with public health codes, and unfortunately they did not.
We combined 2 sliver lots to make
James Paley is the executive director of Neighborhood Housing Services of New Haven, a nonprofit that renovates, builds, and sells affordable homes. He says they've had success building on land called sliver lots in New Haven. These lots are considered smaller land that's of little use on its own.
They're not on legal building lots. In New Haven, 50 feet of frontage is required by the zoning ordinance. And so we've been building houses on lots that are smaller than 50 feet, and they're perfectly suitable.
The homes, Paley said, are still well-sized and in most cases two-family. But they were only able to build because the city was willing to allow it. Betsy Guerra, executive director of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns, says that it's important to protect local choice.
Some towns, for example, already have 2-family or duplexes that can be done as of right. Others are looking at, well, maybe we should do 3 and 4 family as of right. Cottage clusters, providing developers with more flexibility to do some smaller scale affordable housing without going through that full-blown permitting process would be something that towns could do.
Whatever the discussions, Dos Santos doesn't think just building more will solve the problem for her and other young people. She believes the state needs to look at all parts of the problem.
I think I read recently, like, the average salary in Connecticut is around $66,000 a year. So for one person, that is not even livable.
As rising costs and the state's limited supply make it difficult for those in Connecticut to find quality affordable housing, a law that's supposed to help. That's coming up. 830G was a law created decades ago meant to encourage the construction of affordable housing in communities that don't have a lot. But it's become somewhat controversial, and some don't understand why.
When you hear the terms affordable housing, what do you think of? Who do you think of?
The whole term affordable housing has a stigma attached to it. People make assumptions that are unwarranted.
They think that the affordable housing is just delegated for low-income families, and that's not the case.
By our math, a single person making $73,000 a year could qualify for affordable housing in many parts of the state.
Municipal workers, firefighters, police officers, teachers, all of these people are not in people's mindset low income, but they are having difficulties.
1 to 10, with 10 being the best, how would you rate Connecticut when it comes to affordable housing?
2, 3, somewhere in there. We're not the worst, but we're far from the best.
Tim Hollister is a land use attorney, nationally recognized for his work in workforce and affordable housing development. About 3 years ago, the state legislature passed a law mandating each of Connecticut's 169 municipalities come up with an affordable housing plan. Hollister co-chaired the group that reviewed them.
Not all, but the vast majority of the plans acknowledged the need and came up with very broad generalizations about things they might do in the future, but very few specifics.
To bring down housing costs, Hollister says we need between 90 to 170,000 places for low and moderate income residents to live. But housing projects can be denied for all sorts of reasons: traffic, public safety, wastewater issues. Hollister believes it isn't always in good faith.
Are zoning is still being denied for vague and insubstantial reasons?
All the time. That's why we have 830G.
To qualify as an 830G project, developers must set aside at least 30% focused project as affordable for at least 40 years. If that project is denied, they can appeal the decision in court, and officials must prove they denied the application for health or safety reasons. Some say that 830G has led to the construction of thousands of housing units that otherwise wouldn't exist, while others criticize the law, saying it takes away local control.
I think there are some changes that could be made to 830G.
Betsy Guerra says many towns have their worries about the law.
It is a concern because local municipalities don't have the ability under 830G to really weigh in on how the proposal is going to impact environmentally sensitive land, watershed land.
In 2021, the state passed a law that said zoning commissions could no longer deny a project based on preserving the character of their town. But Guerra says there are plenty of legitimate reasons projects are denied.
I know town leaders feel that it's a way to cut across or work around a lot of the environmental protections that are in place. And
Sean Guillot, policy director at Partnership for Strong Communities, disagrees. He says 830G does not allow developers to ignore wetlands, fire, or sewer commission concerns.
It's not true that developer can do whatever they want just by waving a flag that says 830G. The burden of proof is on the town to prove that their health and safety needs that outweigh the need for affordable housing in that community.
Brian O'Connor with the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities says he believes towns and developers have learned to work together better in the past couple years and hopes those relationships continue to improve.
I think that's part of the conversation that needs to be had, and I think if you have two willing parties, both the municipalities and the developer, you can work through those issues.
Housing requires land, funding, people who are willing to live there, and permits from the government. If you can't get the permits from the government, the rest of it doesn't make any difference.
What else could make a difference? State lawmakers tell us their solutions coming up. This whole time we've been...
This whole time, you're right, lady. This whole time we've been saying this stuff. This whole time you guys have been setting up barriers and boundaries and obstacles to even allow this to even come to fruition. So now that it is hitting way too close to home, now it's an issue. You got plenty of place to live. There's plenty of land. Why is it so difficult? You got plenty of places to actually go look. I'll just show you this just for a minute. Now, that's Flint. You got plenty of space and land and to live and all throughout Detroit and Michigan and all these other places, Wyoming, you name it. Why is it a problem? Why do you got this G30, 830, 930, 1030 nonsense? Why is it always that? Why is it always a headache that you guys have to make this out to be? People just trying to live. She brings out the Monopoly board. Monopoly board that most old people can't stand because they have been sitting there and they've been getting beat by their grandchild in a money game. The little kid know the game know the game better than you. And they got better luck because you've been rolling nothing but snake eyes and just ended up in jail and don't pass go and don't collect $200. So you mad at this little kid because he's monopolized way better than you in your life. So yeah, we run into so many baby boomers that actually got some shit to say about how we actually get running and make it happen. To see that even Connecticut, one of the most expensive places and actually the most, as far as like, paychecks a year, annual, one of the highest. So why are people struggling out here in these places? Actually, you get paid a lot of money. Shouldn't be struggling that bad. Shouldn't be struggling that hard. But you are seeing these people actually have something to say. You're starting to see that they're trying to compromise and get the lawmakers to get on board with what's going on. I just showed you Detroit, where you got plenty of places to live. They keep making, oh, there's no place to live. No, there's plenty. Oh, there's no land available. No, there's plenty. Just people choose and rather live where they live. People in South Korea, Taiwan, Shanghai, they all live on top of each other in less than 100 square feet of space. Literally a jail cell. And people are okay with that. Own nothing, have nothing, and be happy. That you could sit there and live in these places where the maintenance is horrible. You're not going to get nothing fixed. It's getting cold and you got this little space heater. Your place catches on fire. And yeah. Because they make money off of you. You guys have been screwing the real estate market up so badly to where people cannot even sell their homes now. People can't even sell their homes right now. And some people are having to leave their homes alone, and their homes are getting broken into, or they're getting squatted on right now. That's why I want to bring this up, is because there are many of these homes that have been on the market. I look at all the stuff. You have homes that have been on the market for years. And then you got homes that have been on the market for years, and then they get affected by a weather event. The house ain't never going. I mean, and they're expecting to get the house. And it's funny because they may have gotten a house for maybe $40,000 when they first got it. And at a house maybe like, $700,000. Let's say $750,000. So you got $700,000 plus of an appreciation valuation on that property. And you got people screaming and crying, oh my goodness, I'm losing out of my house. You bought the house for $50,000 when you first got it. You mad because you got to take it down to $700,000 now. That's how bad these people are crying, and so badly about their woes. There's plenty of real estate. There's plenty of land. There's plenty of opportunity. This is the land of milk and honey. Why is anybody who was born and raised here complaining, bitching? You can find a job anywhere if you get up and apply. You can find the love of your life if you get your shit together and you go out there and apply yourself. You can heal yourself if you actually do the work and stop smoking and stop drinking and stop hitting that pipe. Stop watching porn. Stop paying for prostitutes. Stop buying all of them damn shoes, heels, ladies. Pay less is okay. Thrift store is okay. Now, I'm not saying I'm all in it. No, I'm just playing. I was a thrift store baby. But style The style is within you now. So it's like you don't got to wear this to feel like you are validated. We went through so many years of that materialism trying to be validated. If you didn't have Jordans on in school, you was a Payless baby. You know what I'm saying? Like, we used to dog each other out so bad over what we didn't have. And we all didn't even have. Everybody was around me, didn't have no damn daddy, but they'd talk, oh, you ain't got no daddy. You know what I'm saying? Yo, mama got a big ass. What's her name? What's her number? Can I come over? Kids is bad. Promise you, I was a bad one too. I was a scumbag. That's why I'm working on my shadow work this year, because I had to be mindful of my own mouth, of how much I may conduct myself. But I'm like, damn that. This is Ezekiel 33. You must not hold back. That's the Most High told me. So even then, I have to be able to showcase all the what we see. We have to. Matter of fact, let me make sure this is not even. But we're running into these ordeals where, getting overly emotional about things and attachments, that stuff that we used to love. Man, even for me, I'm all right. If football teams lose, basketball teams lose, political teams lose, all of that stuff. Whatever the loss is, I'm not attached to the loss because I've already lost everything that was of significance to lose. You know what I'm saying? You lost in a football game? Yeah, it's a football game. It's a basketball game. And you lose your mind. You lose your sense of direction. You lose your innocence. You lose your peace. You lose your relationship. You lose your money. Or version, you're losing your life. So we have to start thinking about what is important. What is important, y'all? I want to leave it off on that. At this point in life right now, what is really important? We can't lose sight of that right now. We can't lose sight of what's important right now. Your peace of mind, your ability to be able to let go of anything that is holding you back. You're holding yourself back. That's the worst, when we just stop being, even for me yesterday, I beat myself up yesterday because I wasn't here with y'all yesterday breaking the news. I got distracted by somebody who ain't even nobody. And went through hell and high water to try to disrupt my day. And I was like, you know what? I need to check this before it ever gets any further. Then that's what we have to get to our point in life, to where you commanded and demanded. If somebody is on your phone arguing, no, dismiss it. The opportunity ain't coming that way. It's been too long. Let go. Life is short. Life is truly short. And I want us to be able to enjoy ourselves with what we have in front of us and to cherish it. I show these things because of how much we may have taken these things for granted as a nation, as a people. How much we may have taken for granted the jobs that we had, the careers, the family, the friends that we had. We took a lot of things for granted. People that may have really been good in our lives. Men that may have really been good to you, ladies. Fellas, that woman that was holding you down that whole time with your stanky ass. Communication and healing is the understanding. Understanding is the key to healing. And we must take this time to actually heal, and actually come together and actually have a conversation. You must actually be brave to actually have a humble conversation about the things that need to be discussed. That's why we're here. That's why we can't let up. We can't sway. You can't get all wrapped up in your emotions when something is being said and getting triggered. Getting emotional when people don't measure up to the expectation you may have had in your own mind about them, or even yourself. That's really the expectation you need to hold on yourself. Like, I expected myself to have more love for this person or compassion for this circumstance or situation, but I find myself not having that. So that's where we have to put in our own gut check and reality check and take to heed the signs that are out and about right now, because the world is completely different. The universe is completely changing. And it's showing us and saying and giving us things that we have never had opportunities to have before. So these opportunities are coming now. We must not sit there and squander them. Can't sit there and take it for granted and write it off as, that's an eclipse. That's the X marks the spot. No. When something aligns up, you get in alignment, you get in a single file line. When the time is called to stand up and rise, you got to be up and ready. This is not the time to be playing around with your mind, with your body, with your spirit, with your finances. People have been playing around with their mind, tapping in with all of these different substances and thinking that escapism is going to help you get to the whatever little kick you're trying to get to, whatever Mrs. Pac-Man high score you're trying to get to. It's always going to be a game over at the end of that. This is Ready Player One in real life that we're playing. And when we partake in these substances, we lose. You lose your physical ability to be able to heal and register the world around you. A lot of my brothers and sisters stopped being spiritual because of the manipulations of it, because of the priesthood of mind, because of church and state mixing together and all the lies and deceits that came behind that and in front of it. So people have walked around being apathetic or atheist, whatever the case may be, having no type of spirituality about their moral compass and their integrity as a man or a woman. So people's integrity and their moral compass, morals and scruples is getting definitely tested with the trinkets of Judas. How strong is your moral compass at this point right now? This is going to be the year of testing a lot of our moral compasses, our anger, our impatience, our sexual desires, not being out there just fucking on anybody, not being out there just gambling your money away, not being out there just distracted, watching your world go by. This year is going to be so fast. Mercury is the fastest planet in the solar system. It has to be because it's right next to the sun. And you're only getting these love bombs. I'm going to call them love bombs. Every time you see Venus and Mercury with each other, it's a prime black love bomb. You get a prime black love bomb. And that's what we have to embrace all of this time that we're in right now. Is either you're going to be on the side of love or you're going to be on the side of hate. You're going to be on the side of good or you're going to be on the side of evil. And those lines in the sand are being drawn. And I hope that you're prepared to stay on that side of the fence when you're there. If you have not done the work to show thyself approved, you're going to be on the other side of that fence. If you have done the work and you show thyself approved and you find yourself backsliding, get around some brothers and sisters that'll keep you up. Do you know yourself? Do you know what day of the week that you were born on? To all my followers on X, on Twitter X, do you know your birthday? Do you know what day of the week that you were born on? Do you know your guardian angel? Have you gotten your spiritual background check? Do you know where you come from? A lot of brothers and sisters are in this country and around the world are like a tree with no roots. You're like a tree trunk in the ground that has no roots. Because a lot of your history has been ripped up and cut down and sliced and cut and sliced and cut. So you not really having a greater understanding of who you are and where you come from, and even who you was in a past life. Hindsight, insight, and foresight. That's why you got movies like The Final Destination that brings up that, clairvoyance to be able to tap into these different capacities. There's a lot of falsification out there. People who are acting like they're teachers, prophets, bishops, pastors, ministers. And a lot of these people who have been in these positions of prominence for a very long time are starting to get exposed, as you can see on any of my other videos. I encourage everybody on X to share the information that is on here, because this definitely is for many people around the world. I use my platform to break the news in the most comprehensive way that is not being discussed on any of the medias that we know. Because why? They are sold. The pharmaceutical companies have them. Many of the other industries have them as well. It's not of no influence here. This is straight, raw, and uncut. And you're going to get the perspective and opinion from someone who actually has been out there, who actually has put boots on the ground, who actually has gone through and done my own studies and experiments. And yeah, I'm going to say what I say, and I'm going to stand on it and be impeccable about my word. I don't want no opinions to be persuasive to people. I'm not here to try to game nobody up. I ain't here to do none of that. I'm actually freeing myself by being able to be up here and operate in what was shown to me for many, many, many times. And as many as people that I know throughout my upbringing who did not speak up and did not speak out. And it was hard to, because we was in Jacob's trouble. It was a loose spike chain going up Mount Everest, trying to climb and overcome. And the people that may have seemed to give off the perception that they overcame is because they actually took the bag. They took the Judas trinkets. So that's why you can't sit here and be idolizing these folks, because you don't know what the hell they've been doing. You don't know who's on those Epstein tapes. You don't know who's on those Diddy tapes. You don't know who's been getting dookied on in Dubai. You don't know who got people down in their basement. You don't know who's molesting your child right now. So while everybody has their whole free reign to judge, watch your judgments. Keep your judgments to yourself before you end up in spiritual court, as we all are. In this same cafeteria lunch line, getting these cold potatoes. Nobody's exempt. People walking around thinking they exempt, like they King Kong and got shit on me, like their ego is their amigo. You're going to find out the real hard way. And you probably finding out about it in your life right now and being humbled, truly. And I hope you are. I hope you are being able to see that. I'm not trying to scare nobody, but these are the Band-Aids that got to get pulled off. In the time that we're living in right now, we have to be able to pull these Band-Aids off, because these last 5 years should be very, very clear evidence. It should be very clear evidence of the world changing around you and within your own life and the people around you. And if you're not changing your own life for the betterment of yourself and the people that are around you, then you are definitely a non-playable character, and you're falling into a very anti-spiral abyss. So I hope that I can showcase some tidbits of things and of an attitude adjustment, a global insecurity temperature check, because we all need that. Everybody then got their heart broken. in some way or somehow. It's always going to be the inevitable disappointment. I'm going to disappoint most people out there because I may not be on every day. I may disappoint somebody because I may be talking about somebody who looks like them, of their race or their nationality, and I'm just pointing out something. I may disappoint people because they may be expecting me to just sit here and talk about black people and shit on black people and just be evil towards my own people, which is far from the truth. We've had that done by many of these other nationalities for far too long for me to be sitting here doing that. For my people, I'm just trying to be an example of how to rise above, do better, and be better. Knowing that if you focus on self, work on your mind, body, and spirit, you will be all right. You have to be able to lead by example. You have to be able to shed all of that stuff that didn't happen to you. And it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of discipline. I gave myself 3 words every year. My first time I did it, I read the book, The Secret. I watched the movie, The Secret, the documentary. Shout out to everybody in The Secret. That was a powerful documentary that helped me as a young man during the recession when I had literally lost everything. The school that I was going through was a CEC school, a career education college, one of those schools that take all your money and hit you with all of these crazy debts that, and they don't even give you the damn degree because they done lost their accreditation. And that's what happened in my school. And so they lost their accreditation. They kicked us all out of housing at the time. And I wind up homeless in LA during a recession. And I probably could have gone to family members and been like, hey, I'm out here on the streets or whatever like that. But, in my own stubborn mentality, I chose to tough it out because I didn't want to be perceived as a failure, having to come back. And, that is the pressure that we put on our own families, our own children, that the moment that they hit 18, you're ready to kick their ass out, but they're not even fully equipped. As much as I may have been equipped in many different areas, I was not fully prepared for life down under. And so during that time, that The Secret helped me get through. Because the recession, I watched a lot of people that I know give up hope. They gave up their dreams. They stopped working on music with me. They stopped everything. So I had a whole graveyard of songs that I had worked on with artists that never just came to fruition until I finally released it. And was like, this was the stuff that had stressed me out and made me crazy, or, may have caused me to make poor decisions in my life. And it's like, you know what? These are the embarrassments in my life to where I want to be able to showcase, to be able to honor my journey. So I could be able to help a brother and sister out there. The one thing that I didn't do was I got 100% ownership of my music. Holding out with any of these people when they were sitting there actually giving me the worst deals that could have a person that could have ever had. And I feel bad for a lot of these artists who their parents shoved in front of these people and just like, here, I trust you to take care of my baby. Oh yeah, they're gonna take care of your baby. The front end and the back end. And most of these artists ain't got nothing to show for. We may remember them for this and remember them for that, but they ain't got nothing jack. And that's heartbreaking to see many of the people that may have had an opportunity to change the trajectory of their whole life. And then you get a bunch of yes people around you getting you to spend your money on this because it looks cute in the video. Go get this $100,000 chain because it looks good. It looks shimmery in the video. You spent your whole advance on the chain and it gets jacked. You didn't even get your mom a place. Your album didn't even sell because the person who stole your damn chain went viral because they stole your chain. And now your album sales drop. Like, it's crazy how much vanity and how much we try superficiality we try to fit in. And people help coerce you into your own demise while they come up off of it. The people that were that closest to you, they came up on why you sat here and sank and fell apart and fell into the abyss. And now you have many people who may have had some type of intellectual property that now belongs to somebody who ain't even contribute not one lyric to it. And really ain't even pushed it because they actually put you on the shelf. So you got many people in all of these industries, regardless. I'm just giving you an example of the industry that I'm in. But you got that going on in the medical profession where they don't give a damn about the patient that is in front of them. They just trying to get the money to sit there and go to the day on their vacation. I watched my mother's oncologist sit there and talk about her little vacation plans. It wasn't they were going to be able to get it unless my mother signed off to be able to get that medicine. So my mother signed off on that medicine to be able to help that woman get there, but it didn't help my mother. It actually made her situation worse. So I tell everybody that the world is going to give you exactly what it's going to give you. What are you going to take from these experiences that you go? Because life is so short. And spend time with the ones you love. And stop focusing on the ones who don't. Be in your operation. Be in your productivity. What is your God-given passion and purpose? What are you trying to fulfill? What are you trying to do with yourself? What are you trying to accomplish? What are you trying to stop doing? And what are you trying to start doing? A goal without a plan is a nightmare. And to achieve that, you got to go through the process in order to progress. And you must have the most delicate of patience. It's going to take patience, patience, patience. As me as a man, I'm still a young man. I'm 39 years old. 3 + 9 is 12. It's 12 tribes of Judah, baby. It's the 12 tribes. We in business, baby. But I say all of this because nothing in anybody's life is easy or ever was. The only important thing you need to do is take full 100% accountability and take full responsibility for you and what you have. And I understand that very clear, even for me. Heavy is the head that wears a crown. To whom much is given, much is required. And it's requiring a lot from each one of us to be able to keep this all together. So I want to thank everybody out there. I'm going to end it off right now, but I appreciate everybody tuning in and being able to get some of this, methodology and philosophy coming from this way of, where our world is moving realistically right now. Because when we think about the books of the great Dr. Claude Anderson and all the historians before us, I don't think they had Genesis 15:13 in mind. And that's not to say that there wasn't, but we was going through life under the thought process that we would never get out of this trap. We would never get out of this loop. And then lo and behold, these last 5 years have been the great indicator that Jacob's trouble is no more. And I want a lot of my brothers and sisters out there to be at peace. And I want the Jews and Gentiles of the world to be able to take full account and understanding of what they have done throughout history to the people of this land and of the world. And understand that your activities have not been good in the eyes of the Most High God. And right now, you guys are really going through judgment. No matter how many black friends you get, if you want to give away and then find a pen pal and give me all of your money to be able to compensate for all of what happened, sure. You can sit there and cash at me right there. If that's what's in your heart. But I'm just saying that Ain't no amount of money that's going to get you in the kingdom of heaven. It's not. There was a lot done to our people, and it's becoming very evident that everybody is seeing that this is serious. And if you take what I'm saying serious, just as much as you take yourself and what you do and say serious, please be here for the next episode. Please like and subscribe and share your thoughts. I don't want people to be shy out there, because if you got questions, even if you have rebuttal, but I appreciate the people who may have something to say and really don't say anything. Not saying that they don't want to or scared or anything like that. It's just, you're here to learn. You're not here to be questioning, because questioning is insulting. Asking a question is inquiring. That's inquiring from a place of humility. That's being able to say that, hey, I may not know anything about this subject. Let me just actually sit back and listen. And if I have any questions, I'll ask the questions. But I'm not going to ask a question from a questioning standpoint. You see what I'm saying? Like, people like to undermine things in that capacity instead of just genuinely like, damn, I really don't know if a tomato is a tomato, or a tomato is a tomato, or is it a fruit or a vegetable, or is it like, that's how we have to keep ourselves contained when we're getting knowledge, even if we may not know anything about it. In many cases, a lot of my brothers and sisters on the other side of the fence do not know nothing about this history because you weren't taught it. In your predominantly white schools, you were not taught that. That was not a part of the curriculum. Now they have critical third race theory to erase the thinking. So that's why I'm here to help you to get a greater understanding. Get a greater understanding by shutting the fuck up and listening. Stop doing what you guys have been doing, for one. Stop lying to yourself. Stop lying to the people that's been saying it. Ow, hey, I gotta fly in my soup. I'm telling you, as the chef here, this is your place that you own, that you say that you own, but you really don't own because you stole it. But the soup that you just served me right now got a fly in it. Don't tell me to just shut the fuck up and eat it. It's protein. Don't just sit there and talk to me like that. That's what y'all been doing, is talking to people like that, to where we like, you know what? I'm not even going to eat this soup. I'm going to walk away and never come back here again. And that's what people are doing right now with your businesses, with your attitude, with just your energy, just your vibe, even being around. They're like, we cool. We ain't even going to support your businesses. We're not going to sit here and come and hang out and chill and be called nigger in your settings. That's not okay. Even when you come to our settings, we still make your ass feel like you're welcome. You still may get chastised and be talking about, look at this white boy over here, this white girl, she over here trying to twerk with no ass. Yeah. You get loved like family, even regardless of all the atrocities. But I understand you guys being very, very scared and petrified and paranoid of retribution. Scared black folks gonna come back and do all that fucked up shit y'all did to us. We ain't got time for that. We're trying to get ourselves together. You need to be worried about all these other people that you invaded their land, and they coming back and fucking y'all up like y'all doing right now. You see the Philippines is sitting there wooing all of your mans. Come right over here and get that green card, that is citizenship, and then divorce his ass. You seen all these people getting kidnapped. They ain't arresting no damn black kids. Don't nobody want no baby kids. Even though they're beautiful kids. I'll take them. I'll bring them over to the place. And I could be the next Iron Mans and Batmans. Y'all never wanted us. Y'all never wanted us in your community. Y'all never wanted us in your countries. Y'all never wanted us in your home. We were never invited. So that's why these things have to be addressed, because you guys made it very clear and apparent to where we like, you know what? finally get your point. You know what? I finally hear what you're saying. You know what? I finally feel your energy towards me. And that's how people have been operating lately. Not sharing our frequency, our energy and vibes because how it's been going. It's not been okay. I'm telling you guys, all the treatment of what you guys have been doing has not been okay. And as many of the people that you have been as your friends, your counterparts, people that have been around you, you need to know that all of the stuff that has been done to people that look like me has not been spiritually okay. And I think you need to just take a good look at what's been going on, or what you may have been doing, or your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your family, your great grandfather, all of these people, what they've done. You know, people used to take pictures of black people hanging from trees and call them picnics. It's a lot of history that you white folks have not really been exposed to. And most will actually come to my channel and actually try to be forcefully rebuttalish or troll. I had somebody reply on my video on YouTube that I made about with my AI art about the positive presentation of beautiful black women. Yeah. If you go to that video, you'll be able to see the comment that the person left. I'm not going to read it or say anything on it. Just go to my channel and you'll be able to see that video, that comment under the positive presentations for black women. Some of the time I really don't even reply back to the messages, comments like that. I let my family and friends go and chew your ass out for getting out of line. But you got to understand the heat of what you guys have created. You guys have pissed Asians off. You pissed Russians off. You pissed Koreans off. You pissed Japanese off. You pissed Indians off. Philippine, Taiwanese, Africa, all of South America. You pissed a lot of these places off in regions where white folks, you just can't go to these regions and not be fucked with. You can't go to the Middle East without being in the army gun. You can't go to Central and South America without damn near getting kidnapped. You can't go to none of these regions, even when it's pleasurable, even when you're going with business. The business of things for you guys have changed. Now, all of these stories they try to depict about us looking like the dude that ran into all these people in New Orleans, nah, that's what y'all not gonna do. Is sit here and keep putting these one-size-fits-all progressive bundle packages of black folks together like we all operate and move together. No. Because if you want to wear that shoe, there's another shoe on the other side that fits for y'all as well. And so to really put a bow on a button on all of this, to be able to stop all the nonsense, this is not for us to be stopping this nonsense. This is for y'all to stop this nonsense. All the amount of legislative webbing and getting caught up in it. You guys have caused a lot of this. The red taping, real estate, food administration, bugs, the freaking everything. So you have to do the work now to figure it out and fix it. But you trying to do it by yourself, you might really struggle hard trying to work that out your whole life. And you just can't cozy up next to people that look like me and think that you're going to get an inside scoop on what we're doing and think that you're not going to get policed. There ain't no, honorary white folks coming over here. Eminem ain't even got no universal nigga pass. Eminem got to get his reevaluated at the highest capacity every year, every day. So if he's at least closest to being the blackest white person we know, hey, that's just the rules and regulations that it came to now. But we're seeing you guys' conduct, and we don't like it. We don't like seeing that stuff in our neighborhood. We don't like seeing that stuff. Ugh, these people look embarrassing. You should be embarrassed because it's how your people are acting over your jobs, over food, over any and everything. You guys are sitting here complaining about every fucking thing, man. Everything is so crazy. I be in the line around the whole country. I don't even got nothing to say. I'm just sitting here chilling. And people will be like, quick, can I have 5 minutes of your time so I can tell you about my life? And people will tell me about their life. I'm like, oh, well, okay. I see why. But this is the life that is becoming now for a lot of people now. Have lost everything, drunk, crashing out, like vehicular wise and relationally, just you name it. A lot of people are not keeping it together right now. And and masking it behind vacations and holidays, and it's very apparent now. You know what I'm saying? Like I can smell it within that when the party is over, when the party dies, and people have indulged and be like, I'm going to spend my last little $500, hoping that I get my other money, and the other money don't come, and it becomes a very ugly perpetuated cycle coming out right now. But anyways, that's all the videos I got. I got other stuff, but I just want to sit there and, let it be known, that how I'm going to be moving within 2025. I'm tiptoeing on them, baby. Come 2025. I'm keeping this video up. It's my chihuahua. It's my chihuahua. We go tip. We go walk, chat. We go walking in 25. We gonna walk. It's my little chihuahua homie. That's how we walk, baby. We just keeping it light foot. We're keeping a light foot on all the nonsense, said. I had to play that, y'all. I'm just playing with y'all. Y'all know I'll be playing around, but I'll be dead ass serious too. So anyways, I got some work to do. I got music videos and stuff I need to work on. I have music that I need to work on. I have studies that I'm coming up. Thank you for everybody that's tuned in and tapped in. Please keep sharing this out. I'm trying to bring you guys some beautiful information that our people must know around the world that is not being disclosed at a much more concentrated space. So thank you all, and until next time.